Yo, what it do? What's good? How we doing? Mary, thank you very much for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. Appreciate you. What it do, Trev? How we doing, Mark? Martin? Everybody, I have an incredibly challenging revelation to share with y'all. What's good, Doopy? How you doing, Cop? What's good, Raven? How you doing, Tom? What it do? What it do? Shimnoa, how you doing? Look at all y'all beautiful people here. Oh man, the Kendrick performance. I have unironically rewatched the Kendrick performance at least 20 times. 20 times I've watched Kendrick's performance. Every single time it got better. Every single time it got better. Like, insane. You have Samuel L. Jackson representing white American government, literally informing black people of how they can and cannot participate in public. You have the Miss Serena Williams crip walking after calling Drake a pedophile. You tease it 3 times throughout the performance. You tell America that they chose the wrong guy. You make a complete American flag that's divided, made up of black Americans. Halftime show went so hard. You know Taylor was up there crip walking. She had nothing else to be celebrating. I don't sports, but the Kansas City Chiefs. I think Patrick Holmes, is his name Patrick? I think Patrick Holmes threw back-to-back interceptions. It's crazy. It is crazy. Already a bunch of uncultured white people being like, this was a terrible halftime show. He was just up there mumbling. I couldn't understand a single word he said. Bitch, nobody knows what you're saying half the time. This is why, this right here is why when people try to correct the pronunciation of terms, especially completely fictitious terms, I get so angry. Because it is this linguistic elitism that is quite literally weaponized by the white patriarchy for the purposes of othering and keeping down other peoples, other cultures, and devaluing them because they do not speak the Queen's fucking English. It went so hard. It was such a good performance. It was such an insanely good performance. Buenas noches. ¿Crees que mañana sábado es con el fix de Meltdown? No sé, Carlos. Maybe. Maybe half and half. Maybe yes, maybe no. The Kendrick, no joke. Say Drake. I heard you like him young. Crazy. Crazy. Insane levels of hater. You missed most of it. It's up on here's the wildest part. Here, hold on. Hold on. Here's the wildest part. Here's like, this is how you know Drake is so cooked. ESPN, official ESPN TikTok, hold on. Need to make sure this is, hold on. This is the official ESPN TikTok posting this. The Duolingo with the BBL Drizzy is insane. This is ESPN. With the caption, say Drake. Bananas. You know they like to sue? Insane. So good. White patriarchy, that's a joke. It has to be. Oh no, so we experience this thing called patriarchy in the universe as defined by like the shared human consciousness. So here, humans, there's something called the patriarchy, which is that men in power seek to maintain power, and it more specifically white patriarchy. So in the United States, founding fathers were all white men. And since that, in our politics, we've sought to continue to condense power in the hands of white men. It's not a joke. That's just the world that we live in. It's the thing that like we have to be progressive against and seek to dismantle. But yes, so white people, especially when they feel like they're currently their like stability or their power is compromised, they'll seek to draw artificial and arbitrary lines to be able to devalue others. This is why you will hear people mock how Black Americans speak, because it's stupid or worse or less than or isn't right or isn't actually English. Which just like inherently is ignorant of the fact that like language evolves, serves a purpose for a community, and its purpose is to be able to communicate information, and that there are multiple languages and multiple dialects and multiple accents, even inside of like core languages. You just disagree with it? You can't really disagree with the fact that there is a white patriarchy. You can disagree with whether or not you find it offensive, but ignoring it is willfully ignorant. It is like, it just is a truth. It is a true statement. And we should seek to work inside of that system and to change that system so that it's no longer a true statement. But there's no disagreeing with its existence. That's like disagreeing with the fact that cereal exists. I really don't like to eat the majority of cereals, but I wouldn't try to say that like Cocoa Krispies don't exist. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I will never drive a Tesla. Because one, they're shit cars, and two, the person who directly profits from it is a shit awful human being who's also a neo-Nazi, who believes that Germany should ethnically cleanse itself, and you can hear him say that himself at a recent far-right neo-Nazi movement rally in Germany. But his cars do exist. Like, I can't deny that. Hmm. I come for the D4 content. I stay for the constant knowledge bombs. Every day Macro says at least one thing that makes me think. I like to believe that every day somebody says something that makes me think as well. And I think that's really important. We should legitimately attempt to learn something new every day when we can. But I'm glad that you vibe with it. Alrighty. In fact, we are going to all learn something today. Didn't know Diablo was such a left-wing political game. Video games are just video games unless they seek to have a political message. In general, Diablo has an overarching story, which is typically like the high fantasy concept of there is good and evil and you can be on the right side of something. It subverts it slightly in that the thing which is good here is actually just the prevailing of humanity in light of greater powers which seek to control it and to quite literally weaponize them for their own purposes and are fed propaganda. But the political leanings of the game aren't really left or right. That's not really a thing. It's a video game. I'm a human being talking on a platform that I've cultivated. But if you would say that there was a political leaning to Diablo, it is generally that those who are in power and who have removed themselves from the concerns of humanity seek only to manipulate and destroy, and that humanity itself must deny those things. That's the overarching story of it, right? The angels and the demons aren't really fighting for the control of people. They're fighting for the control of the power that the Nephilim had, the World Stone and Sanctuary as a whole, because it's a foothold where each one of them can then gain access to the sanctums of the other one, either it be the high heavens or hell. But this typically comes at the cost of humanity, as you saw in Reaper of Souls, right? Malthael says, fuck it, we're going to do off with everybody. And Diablo 4 is now living in the post-apocalypse of the Reaper of Souls and like reducing the total population down to like 30% or something. But the game itself doesn't really have a left or right wing, right? Like the good people are often like centered inside of religious cults, and there's like inevitably bad that goes along with it. And then the bad people tend to be like hyper zealots, but of a personal cause that coincides with the demon. Yeah. And the Paragon board, Maxwell says I should use Eliminator. Would control not be better as we always crowd control? So control is pretty okay, except that bosses cannot be crowd controlled, and elite monsters become unstoppable. So rather than have a permanent damage multiplier, you have an inconsistent damage multiplier. And since typically speaking, killing the boss ends up being the slowest part of what a Necromancer does, not always, but sometimes, especially on a build like Bone Spear, where so much of what you do is AoE damage, you're very good at clearing out trash, that you want to be able to prioritize killing the monsters which are harder to kill faster. And you actually want weaker monsters to stay alive for longer, to be able to proc more lucky hit chance, to be able to heal and reduce your cooldowns, as well as trigger things like generate corpses and restore resource. So you actually don't want to kill non-bosses faster, because then they're not there multiplying your damage output. Wish you're working getting paid to make this game better. I am working to make this game better from the perspective of my community and how we all engage with the game. And I don't get directly paid, right? Like Blizzard doesn't cut me a check for this work, but I very clearly like monetarily benefit from it. So in a very small way, I have been able to make a career off of doing all of this. So I would say don't worry. I kind of am. The cocoa-based cereal. I did go with cocoa-based cereal for a reason. So, what up, Kaz? How you doing? Thank you very much for the 16 months.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Cereal goes crazy. Are you kidding me right now?
Calm down, Carp. Being retested and new tech tested?
Rathmagon, thank you very much for redeeming the darkness.
Let's fucking find out.
Thank you very much for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. I have a couple different things that I want to test out today, but I also want to talk about Just Add Sleep's feedback for changes to the Necromancer. Just Add Sleep is Bacterial. Bacterial hangs out in chat all the time. Just Add Sleep, as you can see, is top 1%. You know what? Actually, I'm going to record this, and we'll do this all in recording. So I woke up this morning, and luckily, basically content fell right into my lap. There's a top 1% poster in the Diablo 4 Necromancer subreddit, and also on the D4 subreddit as well, named Just Add Sleep. Just Add Sleep is one of my buddies. We've been kind of like collaborating and sharing information and generally bouncing ideas off one another. Basically, I don't know, since like, they can correct me down in the comments, probably around like season 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken. If you don't know Just Add Sleep, their name is Bacterial. On Twitch, you might have seen them in chats. They're hanging around all the time. And they're in basically every single Discord. The great part about Bacterial, as I'm going to refer to them here, is that they predominantly like to test out mechanics, but more niche mechanics, most notably the minion Necromancer. Just Add Sleep Bacterial here is constantly trying to innovate on the Thorns archetype and then continuously sending in bugs in feedback. And a lot of what this subreddit gets to enjoy is a lot of their recaps, where they basically put out like, hey, here's just like a breakdown of all the mechanics that we know. Here's a breakdown of all the stuff that's going on with some builds. And they themselves describe themselves as the Minion Mega Guide Jank Builds and Interactions with an Necromancer subreddit. So what they have here is a wish list and a set of suggestions for how to renovate the Necromancer class as a whole moving forward. And I figure it might be good, as opposed to y'all just listening to like me, in my opinion, is what I think should happen in the game, or what I generally believe a lot of people would like to happen in the game. But instead, kind of zoom in on one of these other members in the community, one of these other figures in the community, see what they've got to say, how they kind of see the game, and just kind of, bounce our own ideas off of what they've recommended here, and how I think that maybe some of these ideas could either be sharpened, expanded upon, or maybe you've just hit it right on the head. So, we're just going to kind of ramble through this one. I'm just going to read through it. If it turns out that it goes a little bit too long, maybe I'll cut it down a little bit. They do talk about basically everything here. And a lot of this is similar to some ideas that we've kind of shared ourselves in the past. So let's just go ahead and start reading through them. Let's get an idea of what they want to do. And then just get this out to people. I think it's always good to make sure that we're highlighting more people in the community, right? It's not just me. It's not just the people that you even see making YouTube videos. It's not even just the streamers. There are so many people who just don't want to make video content, but are just as passionate about the game. So let's go ahead and dive into it. They start off with minions. They start off with a lot of minion changes. I've kind of read through a little bit of this. I've skimmed through it, but a lot of minion changes that people generally want, and it's kind of hard to come up with a consensus of exactly what they should do. So the first idea here is that raise skeleton, the actual skill on your skill bar. While you have a skeletal priest open, you can click and hold to send your minions to the same target. The idea here would be being able to focus your minions onto a target. I hate to disagree right away, but the major issue with the idea of using raise skeleton as this button kind of doesn't address some of the other issues that exist in the game. One, you really can't direct your mercenaries to go attack stuff. There are other classes that also have minions and they need to be able to direct them. Now, while the Druid literally has skills to do this, basically trying to build towards the future, I think that there could be a better solution here. We do need to be able to focus our minions onto something, but this would also require that if you just had a golem on your skill bar for whatever reason, let's say that exists in the future, you wouldn't then be able to do it. And yes, the golem has an active, but what about when the golem isn't using their active? So I fully agree with the feedback that we need to be able to target a monster. If you have played PoE 2, they do this with the tilde key. I think that tilde key is more than effective enough. And then just being able to either program it onto clicking in a thumbstick on a controller, and then you kind of got what you need right there, because we don't do too much with the right thumbstick on a controller. So just being able to do it apropos of the skills on our bar would also solve for some issues that other systems in the game experience. But yes, I agree. We need to be able to do this. Minion revive. While raise skeleton is on the bar, you automatically consume a corpse and summon a minion every second. So a little bit of an addendum here would just need to be if a skeleton has died, it will attempt to respawn it within 1 second. Because if it was just permanently trying to respawn them, obviously that would be a bit of an issue. The only thing here, and I think this more so just highlights how the game originally considered interacting with minions. The idea of initially interacting with minions is that clicking raise skeleton in your golem active was you being an active player, and then everything else would kind of do it automatically. If you watch a lot of discussion and questions and build concepts that a more casual player base will typically post to these subreddits, it's basically, how do I make the ultimate laziest build? How do I automate everything? Is there any way to automate my ult? Can I just use the Ring of Sacrilege Soul and Cursed Aura on everything? You kind of can, right? If you don't necessarily care about pushing the highest content. I think what this also kind of speaks to is, again, some functionality in PoE 2, where after your minion dies, it'll begin respawning. I don't disagree with that entirely, and I think we basically just need to move away from the concept that micromanaging your minions being alive in the first place is not an interesting mechanic and was never actually going to fulfill this role of the player being proactive. In fact, I just don't think that you should have to respawn them. I actually think that they shouldn't die because none of your other skills die. When you shoot a bone spear, it can't get chopped down halfway through its flight and then not do damage. Similarly here, what is the purpose of the minions even being able to die in the first place? Considering monsters don't target them proactively unless they can taunt anyways, so it's not like it would be some kind of cheat code. Skeletal Priest, so we're going back to back here, another effective Skeletal Priest. While you have all of your minions, you instead summon a Skeletal Priest. Raise Skeleton now increases the duration of Skeleton Priest by 4 seconds up to 12 seconds. Okay, yeah, I don't hate this. The idea here is that Skeletal Priest kind of suffers from the same issue that Flesh Eater does, which is, actually no, that's not even technically true. I was going to lie to you right there. No, this is more so just the idea that you'd be able to continue to build on the duration and then not have to click it as much. The only thing that I would say, though, is that if it increases the duration up to 12 seconds, you still have to click it 3 times to do that, which already nets you the same amount of uptime. So this doesn't necessarily solve the issue of it, But I don't hate the concept of you can kind of click it a whole bunch and kind of store up some duration so that you can then do other stuff over that duration. This really plays into like hyper min-maxing when we're talking about skill rotation in a pit scenario where you'll have to be dodging an effect, but you need better uptime on buffs. I don't hate it, but I'm not necessarily sure that this addresses an issue immediately for like the majority of the player base. Minion attack speed. Minions can now attack up to 3 times per second, up from the cap of 2.3. Normalized golem attack speed will be the same, adjusted animation lengths. Yeah, so this was something that back when we were beginning to test minions, and obviously a lot of people have been testing minions. This is actually probably where Bacterial and I first came to know each other, was in the original testing of like minion mechanics back when the game first came out and trying to understand what minion attack speed even looked like. But if you didn't know, the different golems all attack at different speeds, where Bone Golem attacks the fastest, Blood Golem attacks the second fastest, and then Iron Golem attacks hilariously slow. And not only that, Iron Golem has different attack animations for which hand it's attacking with, and they actually have different speeds. So what all of this means is that effectively testing the attack rate of minions has been a near impossible task. And while we've been able to like gain some insight into a close approximation of it, there's a lot of weird downtime. There seems to be like minion AI delay as well. Basically, minions are a little bit hamstrung in how fast they can attack because of this weird reality of their animation. So I definitely agree with being able to normalize that being a lot better. And this is feedback that I had sent in, gosh, 3 seasons ago, I think, especially about the golems. Now that I think about it, shoutouts down below if you hate how I say golem. Tempers. Warrior, Mage, and Golem attack or cast twice tempers are now your minions have a chance to deal double damage. So I don't disagree with this concept, mostly because they're attacking twice doesn't seem to trigger things that you would expect them to. Like Bone Mages will shoot out 2 Bone Spears. That happens. But the Warrior attacking twice doesn't make them proc Mendeln faster, which is kind of weird. I think in general, we actually just need to get rid of all the tempers that say your skill deals double damage or cast twice entirely. I think they are like hilariously hampering the ability for itemization to continue to innovate forward, because you kind of have to have this stat on every single piece of gear nowadays. So I don't hate this idea. I want them to get rid of tempers like this entirely. Warrior Mastery now deals bonus skill damage. Increase the damage and life of your skill to warriors by your warriors deal. Oh, you want to be able to go up to 5 points. 5 bonus skill damage. Increase the damage and life of your skeletons by a multiplier. Huh, interesting. Oh, you want to create entire skills out of it. Okay. So skill ranks. This is pretty aggressive scaling on a thing which is now a multi-rank skill. Not sure how I feel about this scaling. I think that this is a little bit... Actually, I just think this is like super way too much. If we're going to be able to continue to scale it for like be able to put 5 points into it and then also get mastery points on top of that. Enhanced Warrior Mastery, maximum number of skeleton warriors increased by 3. Remove aspect of cult. Sure, I don't disagree with that. Your warriors attacks now cleave. Okay. Warriors attack deal 50 and when only hitting a single enemy. I think we're probably, I think the idea here is that we're going to make them into real skills. I don't disagree with that. Basically, right now, a minion build doesn't have minion skills to build into. You just have the masteries and then everything that generically bumps up damage. So I don't hate the idea of them having a full identity and being able to build into them. I would think that they should work somehow closer to how skeletons worked in Diablo 2. Where there was a base scaling per skill rank that kind of increased all of their stats, and then the masteries would be like further multipliers of those stats. I don't hate the idea of adding on these kind of concepts. Obviously, it'd be hard to imagine it without it. The difference between cleaving and doing bonus damage, especially with the fact that Mendeln exists, I think already people would just never pick this option. Unless them cleaving and hitting multiple targets would net some additional benefit. So I definitely agree with this on paper if we ignore Mendeln, but since we kind of can't ignore Mendeln, everybody would just end up taking this, which is kind of how skills work anyways. I tend to think that there's really only one option for skills, except for very, very niche interactions that you typically find. Mage Mastery, similar thing, we would just have to look at the scaling. Enhancement, you get more. Sure, I think basically the number of minions that you get could just be a separate passive rather than it being the enhancement of every single thing. Abhorrent Mage Mastery, now casting equipped basic skill instead of attacking. Okay. That kind of doesn't work with Reap and Decompose. I get how it works for, Bone Splinters. I get how it works with Hemorrhage. I don't... Is it called Hemorrhage? Oh my god, I just realized. I can't remember. It's called Hemorrhage, right? Hey, when was the last time you clicked this skill? Oh wow, this is beautiful. Man, we always just be making this so much better. Shoutouts to Riv. Hemorrhage, yeah, okay. I'm not exactly sure how this would reap with, or work with Decompose and Reap, but let's just ignore that for right now. Let's not get stuck in the weeds. Your mage's attacks now pierce, dealing 10% reduced damage for each enemy hit after the first. Okay. Okay. The only issue that I kind of have here is that there's not really a build archetype for Mage Mastery that is your mages do their attacks better. This is they either now fulfill a niche or there's only a benefit for AoE clear. Maybe it's okay that the mages would just be inherently good at AoE clear. Yeah, maybe that's okay. It's probably not okay. I think that these two would kind of need to be looked at again to make it, because these ones are just both good, right? They either do AoE or single target. This is, they now do a thing that is hyper niche. Like an entire build would have to be built around this, which is not bad. I think this is more like an aspect than an option in a skill tree. Mage attack now deal piercing, but basically again, so I think everybody would just kind of pick this one, which is again, not necessarily the worst option, but I think Bacterial here is really trying to think of ways of innovating on these experiences for players, and I don't hate it. But this effect, something like this, is really a lot more of like an aspect type effect when we're thinking about overall game balance and how you would typically implement these types of things. Golem Mastery, similar concept. Enhanced Golem Mastery now has a chance to reduce its cooldown by 2 seconds, and a chance to spawn a corpse each time it damages an enemy with its normal attack. Remove hulking aspect from the game. Sure. Yeah, I don't hate that. Paranormal, your golem's active skills reduce your active cooldowns by 3 seconds. This is so insanely powerful. Now that minions have base lucky hit chance and already were triggering cooldown and now trigger it better, this is way too strong. I love it. Way too strong. This would have to be like 0.5 seconds or 1 second maybe. I don't hate the idea of it, but 3 seconds is absolutely bananas insane here. And it would have to be, I think it would have to be reduces a random active cooldown as opposed to all cooldowns, which is just like a little bit too much. Maybe it's not. We would have to see it. Your golem now spawns 3 smaller golems, each counting as a minion, but dealing 50% reduced damage. So this is a 50% damage multi minimum on golem. Theoretically, you get 3 activations. So a lot of people like the idea of having multiple golems, which I don't disagree with. I think it will have to come in the form of a 2-handed scythe unique item if it was going to be anywhere. I've thought about this a lot. Like, where would you put in you can have multiple golems? And the idea here would be, some kind of minion master unique scythe, which we really only have we have Black River as a 1-handed scythe, and then we have Bloodless Scream, which, rest in peace to Bloodless Scream. They can never make that good. But that being said, we don't really have a minion scythe, which seems really weird because scythes are inherently tied to summoning damage. They are the minion option for a weapon. So I think that this would have to be a unique effect, because the idea that you would pick a mastery, secondary option, a single skill point gets you a 50% bonus to golems right off the bat. Already way too strong. And then there's 3 of them, now all triggering lucky hit chance. That's also way too strong. 3 of their activations, also way too strong. Think of 3 bone golems all taunting. That would be an insane number of stagger events. You'd be able to permanently stagger a boss. Again, I don't hate this idea. I think that this one would have to be a unique effect. And instead, the golem... I also really like the idea of the golem being your primary minion. So I like the idea of the enhancement saying that the golem gains some kind of bonus according to how many other minions you have active, or the bonuses that you have for those minions, kind of what they did to Army of the Dead. And then you move this down to either the supernatural, and the paranormal is one that reduces your cooldowns. So this one reduces your cooldowns, this one reduces their cooldowns and makes them an option for generating corpses, which I think is pretty cool. Skills. New skills in the game. Sure, let's do it. Bone armor, bone macabre tags. Sure, barrier of bone forms around you for 5 seconds, absorbing 45% of your maximum life in damage. So not as barrier. I don't think you're going to get a whole new non-barrier function. I could see bone armor granting barrier. Perhaps buffing armor while it's active. So then you could have some optimizations for the idea of like, oh, I'm not actually armor capped unless I have bone armor up. And then you like create a system where you can permanently spam bone armor or something like that. Enhanced bone armor. Your essence regen is increased by 50%. Bone generally has a sub-archetype of being essence management for sure, which is kind of interesting since willpower increases your essence generation. That's typically overpower, which is typically blood. But the game has definitely put an emphasis on bone gets you essence, which I don't disagree with that. Horn bone armor. While bone armor is active, you are unstoppable. There we go. That makes a lot of sense. A new unstoppable option. The major issue with the Necro is that we only have one unstoppable, which is Blood Mist. But because Blood Mist is also invulnerability or immunity, rather, because those are two different tags, it got hit with the change to functionality, which basically killed Infinimist as a concept, although you actually can still do it nowadays. But we not only got a worse version of Blood Mist, but that also further reduced our accessibility of Unstoppable as a function on the class, whereas something like Barbarian and Spiritborn are permanently unstoppable always, even though they get to attack during it. I'm definitely not still super mad about the fact that the devs went, we want to get away from immunity being permanent, so the Necromancer gets screwed, and we won't address it. They've kind of tried to address it, but in reality, they haven't yet. So I like this right here. Horrid Bone Armor. When Bone Armor expires or is destroyed, explode for the total damage absorb and stun all nearby enemies. Very interesting. This begs the question if this is going to work like other bone skills where you can cancel it preemptively. So you can cancel Blood Mist preemptively. You can cancel Bone Prison preemptively. So what if you could like pop Bone Armor? What if there was some way to be like taking damage and popping Bone Armor proactively as a damage skill? I really like that idea. Stun all nearby. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think everybody would just take it as unstoppable because this damage probably doesn't scale in a meaningful way because you would like to not be taking damage the whole time. But this is very in line with the relative power that you would expect to see. Sacrifice, summon, corpse. Sacrifice, summon, corpse, tags. Okay. Summon, corpse. Sure. A minion rushes to a target before exploding, dealing damage equal to the number of the maximum life of the sacrifice minion and leaving a corpse behind. The maximum life of the sacrifice minion. Okay. So this is very... What if we had proactive corpse explosion? I'll read through the rest of it. My immediate issue with this is that you would then have to resummon your minions, which would take the corpses that you would have just cast Corpse Explosion from. And I think more so just adding the summon tag to Corpse Explosion. I've always thought that Corpse Explosion needs to get integrated with the minions so that they can all basically scale with one another. Because the Necromancer archetype from Diablo 2 is the Fishymancer. The Fishymancer is minions and Corpse Explosion, along with a Mercenary. Now that we actually got Mercenaries, we can kind of play that. We just need the ability to be able to teleport them, or at the very least, make them target. So this is it's doing the same thing as Corpse Explosion, but with more steps, except it will scale with minions. And my question is, let's just take the secondary enhancement of Corpse Explosion that says it now scales if the monster's stunned and whatever. Just absolutely garbage, nothing. It used to be cool. Now it's not. And make that one instead be Corpse Explosion is now a minion skill and have it, better incorporate there. But kind of the same concept here. Enhanced Sacrifice. You have 10% lucky hit chance to summon a minion when damaging a monster with Sacrifice doubled versus bosses. So again, like you already generate the corpses. It's automating a thing that is devaluing other systems, which is the thing I don't necessarily like about this. Sacrifice is also a darkness skill and creates a pool of desecrated ground, dealing, blah, blah, blah. Sacrifice is also a blood skill. When a minion is sacrificed, it consumes Close blood orbs dealing additional damage equal to the amount healed. I don't hate that concept. I don't hate that concept right there. We definitely need other ways of being able to engage with blood orbs other than physically picking them up. Because it turns out even the blood skills don't want to physically pick up blood orbs. That's why they typically automate those types of things. Most notably Blood Lance. Rest in peace to Blood Surge and the fact that you have to permanently, animation cancel while playing that build. But yeah, so I get the idea of this. I think we could incorporate all of this into Corpse Explosion and elevate that. And then again, add on an aspect which does one of these two things. If you saw my most recent video, I kind of think all aspects need to move away from granting damage multipliers inherently and instead need to change functionality of skills. And this is one of those great places where, that void that'll be left over from not having multis could be filled by this instead. Lower resist, curse, corruption. Enemies affected by lower resist take increased damage from elemental damage types. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what lower resist did before in Diablo 2. Yeah. Let's keep reading. Enhanced lower resist, lucky hit chance. Enemies hit while afflicted with lower res have a chance to restore primary resource. Okay. I mean, yes. I'm not exactly sure what that has to do with lowering their resistances, but I don't hate the idea. Abhorrent lower res, you have increased crowd control duration. You just have it? I assume on targets affected by lower res, which would just need to be added here, because just like clicking that and then gaining that is not typically how a modifier of a skill, an active skill, works. Horde lower resist. Non-boss enemies afflicted by lower res have a chance to stumble and do nothing. If I had to guess, we started here, this made sense, and then we tried to come up with 3 things that skills don't currently do, which I don't hate. I don't know how they all thematically build back up into lower res, but I don't hate the concept. So my only thing about this is adding a new curse that is the first curse that increases the amount of damage that a monster takes from us directly, while not offering an option to increase physical damage, is a little bit interesting. Because, well, to that statement though, our darkness builds are historically our weakest builds. So maybe that is okay. Maybe it is fine. Just say, screw you to blood and screw you to bone unless you have a way of turning it into a darkness skill. Maybe I've come back around. Maybe I don't hate that so much. I do like this. This is cool. I almost wish it kind of went in a different direction where enhanced lower res, hitting a target affected by lower resistance drains their resistances to increase your maximum resistance by up to 5% or something like that. I kind of like that. That's kind of a cool concept. And then crowd control, again, these two kind of feel like, what else do we make lower res do? Crowd control duration is not the worst. I like this one. I think this one would have to be redone because I'm not exactly sure. What about having your resistances lowered, make you stumble and do nothing? Also, shout outs to, Super Smash Brothers Brawl, when we all started slipping around the stage. Absolutely horrid mechanic in that game. If you played that and you try to play competitively, let me know down in the comments. Acolytes decompose. Explosions from decompose make enemies vulnerable. When decompose explodes, you gain thorns. Okay. I don't hate that. This is, I think so often people want decompose to do something, and I don't disagree. It's had a really buggy existence the entire time that it's been in the game. I was always confused why they took another dot and added a physical damage component to it, or an instance damage component to it. This idea that you can do dot and instances of damage just isn't real. That's just not a reality in this video game currently. Increasing your thorns. The corpse explodes, you get shrapnel in you, you get more thorns. Yeah, sure. I don't think that's the worst. I think it could definitely do more. The only issue with decompose is that decompose is now getting to the point where Decompose now says a lot of stuff when you click everything on. Wow, dude, our builder looks so much better. I haven't seen this yet. I didn't know we were doing it this way. This is so much better. Wow, this is good. Wow. Okay. All right. Sorry. Back to this. Spiked armor. Gain thorns. Also gain thorns for every 20 armor you have. Okay. Yeah, we're going back to we're going back to scaling thorns from armor, which was kind of like the original paradigm of it. Sure. Thorns could get every buff in the game. These numbers are probably a little bit too much. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Spiked carapace. New spiked carapace. Increase your thorns by a percentage and gain block chance. Oh, spiked armor would then build into a secondary thing, spiked carapace. I don't think that these two things need to be separate. I don't think that people need to separately invest in them, to be quite honest. I think this could all be wrapped up into one thing. Iron Maiden, changing out the curse. Curse the target area, enemies affected by Iron Maiden take increased thorns damage. Oh, they take thorns damage every 2 seconds each time they deal direct damage. So they would take double your thorns damage, because they would always take your thorns damage when they attack. So this would double the amount of thorns that they're taking. That's probably a little bit too much. I don't know if that's an oversight, or maybe we're ignoring base thorns mechanics, or maybe thorns themselves are being changed in this recommendation. But that's probably too much, especially if we're going to be buffing it. Horrid Iron Maiden. When at least 3 enemies or elites are affected by it, its damage is increased by 50. Torturous. Iron Maiden is now also the torturous aspects, and also now a darkness skill and deals shadow damage. Iron Maiden has a chance to deal double damage. They take a percentage of your thorns damage every 2 seconds. They'll also take double thorns when they hit you. Increase the damage, sure. Iron Man is now also a dark skill, deals shadow damage, and has a chance to deal double damage. I mean, sure. Let Iron Maiden thorns be a thing. That's defense. You gain increased armor and resistances. Move thorns away from a minion build and structure around the Necromancer with Requiem bonuses. Sure. I think that... Oh, because spiked armor is no longer giving armor, you want to move armor down to Death's defense. My issue with that. So here's my issue with that. That's very late in the skill tree. I know people don't really consider the leveling portion of the game because people just skip by it. This is very late in the skill tree for people to be gaining their own survivability. This being up here serves a really good purpose, where it's very early on. And I think moving more of these types of things just down to the points that you put in later on when you're maxing out your character and stuff ignores that there are people who travel through the leveling progression of the game. So I don't like the idea of moving this stat so far down in the tree. I think if you really wanted to, you could bring this back up and move all this thorns thing onto your second node here, spiked carapace, and then let people choose to build into the thorns if they want to. But I like having the block chance and the armor back up on the base node. What's up, everybody? Welcome on in. We are reading through Bacterial's feedback. I know I'm not really answering anybody, but it's because I'm kind of recording through this. I just wanted to give some, I promise I'm not ignoring you. Plague Corpse Explosion is now also a blood skill, sure, and deals increased damage that are slowed, stunned, or vulnerable. These damages bonuses can stack. Huh. Here's the issue with turning it into a blood skill. That kind of doesn't matter. So turning it into a blood skill mattered more when Rathma's Vigor was different. Well, no, because that is still relevant. Yeah, I'll take that back. Turning it into a blood skill. Turning it into a blood skill is cool. Getting to be able to overpower on it is cool. This does kill Blighted Corpse Explosion ever. Just forever. The only way you would ever use Corpse Explosion, other than just as like a stat stick, like to proc Flesh Eater, and to have Reaper's Pursuit bonuses. This would be the only way to build it for damage, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But if the devs aren't going to do anything with Plagued Corpse Explosion, it might as well do something cool. So I don't necessarily disagree with this. This does have ramifications that I think are a bit more nuanced than just now we have a cool way to interact with it as an instance of damage. The big thing here is that against a single target, you still won't be able to generate blood orbs at anywhere near a rate that matters, where you would then corpse explode on them. So the question becomes like, what niche does this fill? Like, what purpose does this serve? And it can just be a current thing that maybe gets iterated on later. I don't hate that, but it doesn't necessarily answer the immediate issue of Corpse Explosion sucks and has no scaling. That is sustainable. Memento Mori, your Requiem bonuses are increased by boop, 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 while you have no active minions. Sacrifice bonuses are now referred to as Requiems, which provide passive bonuses when selected. Similar to how Spirit Boons function. Okay. I don't know why we're calling them Requiems. I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure why we're changing them over to Requiems. We can change it to whatever. Maybe Bacterial can let me know what the idea behind changing them to Requiem is, because we are sacrificing them. We're not requieming them. You know, we're not singing a dirge for them. You know, a Catholic spiritual dirge for them. Army of the Dead. Summoned skeletons are independent of each cast. Casting, again, does not simply increase duration, but starts a new cast version of the skill. Army of the Dead's damage is increased by 40% of your summoned damage bonuses. Oof. So we don't want it to scale at all. Summoning damage really isn't a thing that you can get in large enough amounts. Oh, are we saying everything is just summon damage now? I get it. I don't like it because this also demands a single build version of minions because the numbers can't be as high if they're not niche. So the reason why Mage, Skeleton Warrior, and Golem can have such high numbers is because they are individual, and changing all down to summon would have to inevitably reduce them. So ultimately you are weakening all of them for it to maintain the same semblance of balance and approach. And then that doesn't allow you to build into the niche, which I don't like reducing the number of options for the purposes of simplicity's sake when the complexity is not minimizing the value of a system. I get it though. But let's think about Army of the Dead, where what is it supposed to be doing then? Does it still do the same thing? Casting again does not simply increase the duration, but starts a new cast version of the skill. I get the overall concept, which is that if you could reduce your cooldowns fast enough, you could cast multiple armies of the dead, so you can get their full durations, and they would all happen independently. I can now see that idea. That's again a very like super endgame thing where unless we're also just reducing the cooldown of it significantly, most people like literally won't see this until they're already like far into the pit where you have like gear to support that. So maybe that's like part of the change too. Prime Army of the Dead, for every volatile skeleton that explodes, gain a barrier for 3% of your maximum life. There's no reason to take if there's no defensive measures to utilize when Soul Rift exists. I definitely get that, and it's definitely one of the pain points of this skill. It's that there is survivability concerns, especially on minions. Even nowadays, still on minions, because you are inherently investing into them at some point, so you lose out on options to be able to invest into yourself. I do hate the idea that every ultimate needs to be a single skill build around, and it needs to offer barrier, and it needs to give damage multiplication, and it, like, at that point it's just different flavors of what the ult is. And I kind of liked the fact that Army of the Dead was the very high risk, high reward option, where technically speaking, you get more damage out of using Unyielding Commander in Army of the Dead if you could actually manage it than you would out of Soul Rift. But the other side of that is it being Glass Cannon. It's definitely just too punishing right now. I think that you could alleviate that in other systems rather than having Army of the Dead be the Swiss Army knife, you know, one answer for everything. Supreme Army of the Dead, your summons gain 50% increased damage, 100% critical strike, and grow in size while Army of the Dead is active. Grow is a fantastic, fun idea. Let's embrace it. Give summoners a reason to want to take this skill. I don't hate that concept. Nobody will ever take Prime Army of the Dead then, which, or no, I'm sorry. Prime, it's a 3 build out, so it's the base one. You can now spam it more often. It's based off of homogenized damage. You gain barrier. Again, I really hate every single ultimate granting you barrier. I think that's ultimately like not the best design space, but then it also grants grow. That becomes very strong. It also helps to serve, again, some of the issues I was just talking about, where you don't need to get crit chance on 4 different pieces of gear, so you can instead use maximum life on those pieces of gear. So you go attack speed and maximum life instead of attack speed and crit. The sure, yeah. The issue there, though, is that Army of the Dead then wouldn't do damage, because Army of the Dead doesn't do damage based off of your minions. Army of the Dead does damage based off of you, so your minions gaining crit chance wouldn't gain you crit chance. So you would have one of these systems, and we kind of experienced this already, where the minions can get to a stat point that you can't get to. So we would have to change the functionality of Army of the Dead of it being minions which are doing damage. Which then kind of asks the question, like, how do we scale back some of their damage? Because then they would be scaling at pretty high rates, which again isn't terrible, but it's just something that would have to be considered if you were looking to implement something like this, where the skill itself would have to be a minion skill, where the skeletons summoned from it are minions. Then that would have impact on other systems as well, which again is not a bad thing, but it is something to consider. How far have I made it? Wow. I mean, we're doing pretty good. I'll try to go a little bit faster. Paragon, Warrior Glyph removed, sure. Mage Glyph removed, sure. Golem Glyph removed. Now we're getting into a weird place. Summon Glyph for every 5 willpower, intelligence, and dexterity. Gain additive summoning damage. Okay, so here's my initial problem with this. It's not necessarily a problem. But it does beg a question about design space, which is, why is it that minions gain Tears of Blood? So Tears of Blood was a glyph that was introduced when we had Abattoir of Zir, which was required to be able to do the damage to kill things in Abattoir of Zir. And it was, for each core stat within range, you gained basically a huge multiplier. So this is, pick up every core stat within range, which I don't hate that idea. It limits how many other nodes you can pick up on. The major issue being, though, that nowadays with the 5-board system, this isn't really like a tug of war. It's not really a pull and push. It is, you will have the points to be able to fully invest in this. And then that does mean that, like, this one glyph would be a 20 times damage multi on your build without having to get additive damage anywhere else, based off of then having the 25% multi and the 10% multi. I think all these numbers are way too high. 25% multi is insane. Like, that's actually just far too high. Along with the 10% base multi. This also just kind of highlights one of the issues with Paragon glyphs, which is something I talked about in my video, which is just, why do these glyphs just say, oh, you built it up higher, you get another new multiplier on top of that? Like, where in the design space is that interesting? Where does that make me ask questions about how I'm going to use this glyph? And it also just completely devalues any glyph that doesn't say 3 multipliers. So 10 out of 10 for working within the confines of how the glyph system currently works. I do think these numbers are a bit too high. And I don't hate the idea of having a Tears of Blood just for minions. I would much rather see Warrior and Mage glyph be better, because again, I do like that you can build into niche. I know the game doesn't support like only running skeleton warriors. It kind of supports only running mages, and it doesn't support only running golem at all. And I don't like the idea that just because the game currently fails to do that, we should just give up on that concept, which is a little bit of what this is kind of doing. Infused Warrior Cult Leader. Change Skeleton Warrior bonuses to summon, and Warrior Armor to minion maximum life. Sure. Fuse Caster to summon damage, and all res for your minions and minion maximum life. Okay. Change armor to summon damage. Sure. We definitely need to get rid of the armor bonuses and the resistance bonuses, because those are nothing. Like, they do not serve a purpose in the game anymore. I don't like the board just being 5 different nodes that all say summon damage. That's very uninteresting to me. I would rather it still be additive damage types, where the idea is that since you're both going to gain it anyways, part of this does empower the Necromancer. I don't like the idea of the summoner archetype only being only your skeletons do damage, because I've never really liked that. Like, the cool part about the Fishymancer is that your minions kind of really didn't do damage. They were there to be meat shields, and you just kind of liked seeing all of them run around. But in reality, they were just there to make a corpse, so you would kill it with Corpse Explosion. And then your minions could be weaponized against bosses for Crushing Blow with Urdars and revives and stuff, as well as the Golem being generally pretty valuable. The game doesn't have to be Diablo 2, obviously, but I'm not fully on board with let's give up on the Necromancer participating in the fight kind of concept. But I think these make sense. I think they need to be a little bit more interesting rather than just 5 different nodes you build to that all say additive damage that work only for your summons. Scent of Death. Gain 1% damage reduction, 2% increased damage for each corpse you create, up to 15%, 30% damage. For each corpse that you create. Is that corpse near you or corpse that you create? It can't be corpse near you because you're trying to imagine Flesh. Yeah, let's see what you think about Flesh Eater. Flesh Eater, consuming 5 corpses grants increased damage for 10 seconds. The timer refreshes when consuming a corpse while the buff is active. I don't think that this is required with the second thing. This is my major feedback for Flesh Eater, is it just has to reset its cooldown just like Blood Begets Blood does. Because it does suck. It is the worst. And Scent of Death, granting a bonus for corpses you create. So this would also have to have a, like a duration on it, I would assume. So similar to this concept. That's why the idea is that it's not near you, because as you eat them with Flesh Eater, you would lose out on a bonus of Scent of Death, which has been one of the issues with Scent of Death kind of the entire time. They do need to retouch Scent of Death, it granting a damage reduction when there are corpses around, and granting a damage bonus when there aren't corpses around. It just doesn't really work. Your first attack does 15% bonus damage, and then you never see it ever again. So it's just trash in the game, in the way that currently works. There's no real way to eat all of the corpses and have that matter or have that be a positive impact on your skill rotation. So I definitely think that they need to adjust Scent of Death. I kind of hate that there's more than one corpse legendary node, to be honest. I would rather Scent of Death be related to monsters killed. Yeah, grant you some kind of buff, something like that. The idea that you are smelling death, that they are dying, I think would be a more interesting route for Scent of Death to go personally, because I just don't like that there are 2 that both say you do something with a corpse. But yes, this absolutely needs to happen, no question. Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead, warriors, skirmishers, sword wielding do bonus damage, have reduced life. You can raise 2 additional skirmishers on top of the mastery. Because the mastery is also increasing how many skeletons you get without having to run an aspect. So you know, a lot of people are just like, give me all of the minions in the world, give me as many minions as I want, and I don't disagree with that. I just think we'll start getting up to the numbers where scaling will be really difficult to keep in check. I was expecting something else here when we were moving occult into the skill book. Each time you critically strike, deal bonus damage. And the sacrifice, again, why are we calling them requiems? Sacrifice, your critical strike chances increased by, yeah, sure. Okay, so this stays the same. And that wasn't a dismissive yeah, sure to that. That was my brain catching up with the concept. This has always been my problem. And maybe Bachelor, you've thought about this, where if we're completely divesting from the Necromancer participating in damage application, why is the Necromancer attempting to critically strike when Army of the Dead is only granting your minions critical strike chance? This, I assume you just we're kind of just like, I actually can't think of like a different thing, so like just make this better. But this kind of false duality where it's like the Necromancer is participating, and that's going to buff my skirmishers, but we also want to take away the Necromancer, you know, actually interacting with these systems and actually doing stuff proactively. So I do think that this would have to be looked at again. I think that it could be something along the lines of like your skirmishers gain a damage bonus after they successfully crit, which causes their damage to apply in an area. And then we can talk about that cleave ability from the skill tree again. This is going to be too many skeletons, but that's fine. They also have the bone tag. Bone tag. I don't hate adding tags to them. I don't. This is something that we've talked about a lot, where it's, you know, there's very clearly a darkness golem, or there's very clearly a blood golem, there's very clearly a bone golem. There's very clearly a shadow mage and a bone mage. Why isn't there a blood mage? You know, reapers are clearly the darkness ones. So, you know, why don't we have the ability to like do these types of things? Adding the tags are cool. I think we really need to think about like what blood tag means in this day and age. You know, will they eat my Rathmas? Because, you know, they're a skill. Will they eat my Rathmas and then, you know, they'll overpower? That would be kind of cool. But like, do they all overpower? Is it just one of them? You know, when we're still talking about men down, we still exist in a reality with men down, unless you change men down lower, which I assume you do. So just having more warriors on top of the 3 that you already get from your tree, just as like, that would clearly be the largest multi that you could get. So it's kind of hard to argue against any other ones, along with the fact that they have their own built-in multiplier. Defenders, blood tag, durable shield bearers with more life. Again, I don't think them having life really needs to matter. Every 6 seconds, they will overpower because they're the blood ones. Okay. Skeletons take 99% reduced damage. Making these ones automatically overpower kind of means that they're the only ones that will matter. But again, Mendeln scales off of you, not off of them. Them overpowering doesn't change the Mendeln damage because that's you overpowering. I assume we're living in a utopia where like everything kind of works the way that you would expect them to. Sacrifice, you grant res. Reapers are darkness. Reduce one of your active cooldowns. Now cast Sever. We don't need corpse generation. Ooh. I hard disagree. We absolutely do. Like, again, so like people need to level on these characters, and being able to proactively generate corpses from your minions, especially in the early game, is like one of the... I know the game has gotten super fast and people just kind of zoom by everything. When you're playing a bad Necromancer build and the only way you're doing damage is through like Blighted Corpse Explosion, and it's only when your minions manage to generate a corpse because you have no lucky hit chance and no stats on your gear and you don't know how to play the game, you really feel the lack of corpse gen. So I highly disagree with this. Them casting Sever. I get it. I get it. I get it, and I'll leave it at that. You know, bone mages do your bone spears. These ones do Sever. I get it. I think having your minions cast your skills while a cool concept, is probably the worst thing they can try to work on personally, because there's just no way for it to be intuitive. And then it makes people think, well, then I don't have to do it. And then it's not good. And there's no way to make it good. If you could target them, maybe it's better. You know, maybe I'm being a little bit jaded from the current reality, and I'm not willing to see what could be so much. Mages, Shadow Mage's Darkness tag. Shadow Mages wield power from beyond firing bolts. Chance to stun, remove aphotic from the game. Aphotic. To get rid of it for your skeleton warriors? I kind of really like aphotic. I think I kind of hard disagree with removing aphotic from the game. Deal bonus damage, fire an additional shadow bolt. Yep, okay. Blood mages, I like to change to blood. That always made, you know, cold mages kind of never really made sense. After you overpower your blood mages, next attack will also overpower. Let's look at the upgrades. Blood mages deal damage with the primary attack. You gain essence. They overpower the elite bandit corpse. Their attacks fortify you for up to 3% of your maximum life. But this will also fortify you. So I guess then you don't need to put points into Necrotic Carapace. Okay. Each time you overpower, your blood mages will overpower. That's very, very, very strong. I think the entirety of overpower needs to be completely reimagined, where you can actually just increase your chance to overpower, and then you remove all the additive damage bonuses, and it instead just grants up to a 2x damage multi, and then things which say overpower will scale. And I think you should like basically never be able to get up to 100% chance to overpower. If we lived in that world, we have like a 50% chance to overpower at max, and then your mages will overpower. This is just very, very strong, and it immediately invalidates any other minion as an option, which is not what I think we're trying to do here. You know, only your blood minions being able to be the overpower ones in the current universe just means you wouldn't do other ones. So it kind of begs the question, like, why put the other ones in the game? Bone mages, after you critically strike, they will also critically strike. Yeah, that's fine. See, that one's almost like more reasonable. You crit, they crit. Sick. You overpower, they overpower. Very, very different universe, because you can already grant them 100%. And that's the other thing too. You can already grant them 100% chance to crit. And this kind of falls back into the thing I was talking about up here, where it's just like how does this really make sense? Like, how are we critting? They already have 100% chance to crit. So actually, I kind of take back what I just said. This one is actually reasonably powerful because they already crit 100% of the time. So this actually needs something else. They need like a crit damage multi, or they need to deal bonus damage against targets affected by bone effects or something like that. Every 6 attack, they cast Bone Spear or Bone Spirit. It's on your action bar. Bone Spirit will never do damage, is the only issue here, because Bone Spirit inherently scales primarily off of you consuming essence. So Bone Spirit's base damage would not outperform Bone Spear. So them casting Bone Spirit doesn't so much do anything. It could trigger things like Shattered Spirit, but then you're running Shattered Spirit just for them to trigger it. I think Splinters made more sense, and the major issue is that Splinters just wasn't good enough to want to do it, and that we should probably reinvestigate Bone Splinters. Upgrade 2, you can raise an additional Bone Mage and gain 10% maximum essence per active minion. Move Requiem from the game. This again is it's centralizing a concept. And this can just be a difference of like game ideology to me. I like more options as long as they don't hinder your ability to build into them. this is saying the only way you can build around the idea of maximum essence on your build is by having to use bone mages. And I'm not sure I really like that as an idea. Because, like, here's my thing. The person who wants to be able to use minions to get the maximum resource, having to only use very specifically mages, like these mages for this thing, and then, like, what is that person trying to build into for the rest of their character? I just don't know how this, like, further increases options in the game currently. I don't like the idea of getting Requiem aspect gone from the game either. But I get it. I think there's just a difference in kind of approach to what options are supposed to do for you in the game. Bone Golem does everything that bones do. No longer gains a bonus to thorns, as minions are no longer a thorns build path. Why aren't they? Huh. I don't know what changes you had made that makes this a true statement. Maybe I just missed it. Maybe we just don't want to do minions thorns. Yeah, I don't know. Shed 5 corpses, unleash bone spikes that do vulnerable. Okay. I think they could just keep doing this. I'm not sure why this would need to be removed. I think it especially makes sense on the bone tag. Blood Golem becomes unstoppable and overpowers, draining the blood of damage and healing are tripled if you become unstoppable. I think if they're going to overpower when they drain, we gotta look at the tripling of damage. I don't think these two things could exist on the same golem that we have today and really be reasonable. Sure. Iron Golem, Darkness tag. Command your golem to go to the target area. They become unstoppable, slam their fist in the ground, dealing bonus damage and stunning. You become unstoppable. Yep. Makes a shockwave. Okay. Your Iron Golem slam attack also pulls in enemies and deals double damage to stunned enemies. Sure. Yeah, Iron Golem needs something right now. Now we're getting into uniques. Uniques here is a pretty cool concept. There's a lot that you can do with uniques. And we're almost done here, but uniques are more so like, sure, like, why not? Chance for Blood Surge to deal double damage. What? Grants maximum life as barrier, ranks to hued flesh when consumed a corpse is a chance to create a decaying simulacrum that seeks blood orbs. Oh, okay, sure. Make Morticrux a Blood Surge item. People really want to use Blood Surge with Morticrux all the time. The major issue being that Death Speakers doesn't currently work with Morticrux. Maybe that's addressed lower down. Morticrux only being there for Blood Surge. I think you could have just taken Morticrux and turned it into an offhand, but I think this is kind of spicy, and I like that. Yeah, I think this is kind of spicy, and I like that. Sacrilegious Soul, Grim Harvest, corpse skills like your chance movement speed. You automatically cast equip corpse skills, and they deal increased damage. That's a lot of damage. That's kind of okay. Yeah, I definitely think Ring of Sacrilegious Soul needs to scale damage, because just gaining the automatic nature of skills used to be okay, where the base scaling of skills was enough to kill stuff in Nightmare Dungeons, and now it's just not. So I definitely think it needs a number. 100 is a lot, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay that it's a lot. Bloodless Scream. Darkness skills have a chance to deal double damage. This is the primary feedback I gave. I have an unreleased Bloodless Scream video. Shoutouts to Iris Hawk. I'm sorry, I kind of set you high and dry with that one. Darkness skills dealing double damage needs to be on Bloodless Scream for it to ever be considered part of the meta right now, because of the fact that deal double damage is a required temper. Hence why I just want it removed from the game entirely, so that unique items don't have to do something like this. But in its current state, this is absolutely required. It needs to say this. And then it opens it up for like different options, which I think is kind of cool. Crow's Embrace. What's different here? Tides of Blood, Blood Surge drains, ranks to blood, casting consumes. So much increased by 10%. I don't know what's different here. So I'm going to move on. Death Speaker's Pendant. Picking up a Blood Orb increases the damage of your next overpower by a percentage. Tides of Blood, maximum life, ranks to blood skills. So, here's the issue with ranks to Tides of Blood. Every item in the game is starting to say Tides of Blood. Crow's Embrace already says Tides of Blood. The Indira's Memory says Tides of Blood. The Pendant then says Tides of Blood. I would really like to see more interesting stats on Death Speaker's Pendant. Having a passive makes sense. I think the ranks to blood skills needs to be something like attack speed or something else. I don't think Unique should ever say best stat in the game, best stat in the game, best stat in the game, and then novel stat. I think it needs to be a little bit more nuanced than that. Picking up a Blood Orb increases the damage of your next overpower. So here's my only issue with this. Items do have lore. And what about the lore of the Death Speaker's Pendant is you pick up blood orbs and you overpower more. That's kind of my issue with it. I know, and again, not everybody's going to care about this, but we are playing an ARPG and things kind of need to matter when you're playing an ARPG. And I really like the fact that this interacted with your minions because of the lore of it. I'm not sure what picking up blood orbs really does with that. So maybe just make a new thing that's just different and just interacts this way. And maybe we get rid of Death Speaker's Pendant. Like maybe we replace it with a new item entirely. I know it's a little bit of a nitpick, but it's just like we are playing an RPG. Like, those things do need to matter. I don't hate this concept. %75% multi after picking up 5 blood orbs. The major issue here is that you kind of stagger step on Blood Surge, so that the high level play of Blood Surge is perpetually stagger stepping without having a target to be able to cast while walking, which is something you can do with skills that do not produce a projectile. And you are perpetually picking up the blood orbs while stagger stepping throughout, and then you are overpowering continuously as well. So you would only ever really pick up like 2 to 3 before you would hit this. So it would be a 45% multi, and maybe that's kind of okay. I don't think you'll realistically get up to the 75%. The other thing here is that getting up to this buff does allow for like snapshotting, which again is not a problem either. But it is kind of interesting to think about things which like inherently have to snapshot for it to be in the game, when the developers are kind of trying to move away from the idea of snapshotting as a concept entirely. Our Ring of Mendeln, attack speed, ranks to mastery. Summon damage, why is a minion unique getting all damage? It's because that's how the game works. I mean, that's how the game works. All the additive damage all works together, and the Ring of Mendeln scales off of you. If it got summon damage, it wouldn't increase your own damage. And then intelligence. And every 6 attack is empowered, dealing increased damage. Oh, we're getting rid of Mendeln. Okay, so that makes some of the other changes make sense. I think you just killed minions entirely, which sucks. Like, the Ring of Mendeln actually gave them AoE, which allowed them to not have to focus, but, well, you can also focus them, but then you are super hyper micromanaging them. I think that Ring of Mendeln's damage coming from the ring is the thing that sucked, and if instead the Ring of Mendeln legitimately triggered on your minions and your minions actually did a thing, that would be better. But since now all of them won't be able to do AoE damage, even with targeting, you'll lose a lot of clear speed. I think you would have to see all these changes together. I don't hate this. Actually, you know what? You know what? Hey, Bacterial, I think we're gonna have a lot of a conversation about the Ring of Mendom. Why would you ever run this over, if we're getting rid of their attacks are going to do an AoE that has a high base scaling damage, why would we ever not just run a generic multiplier here? One attack getting a 2.1 multi versus every attack getting a 1.45 multi. The 1.5 multi over 6 times is higher, right? So I think this one would probably have to go back to the drawing board because mathematically it just doesn't really work out in the favor other than the stats on the ring. And then you just have to accept the fact that, what is this? Every 6th attack. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is, what is 110 divided by 6? 18. This is representative of a 1.183 multi. And I think if you look at it that way, that number really doesn't make sense. It doesn't really add up. And then also, how does this work with them overpowering on the forced attack? No, that would all make sense, right? It would just be the 6th time that they attack, they do that. I think it would be kind of cool if this could work for like their Sever and stuff, but again, why would you not just run a generic multi in the first place? Deathless Visage, ranks to Bone Spear, cast twice, armor, max resource, Bone Spear deals bonus damage, forms 3 bone shards, dealing original Bone Spear's damage increased by. Oh, okay, so you make more bone shards rather than the echoes? You'd have to walk me through why that is better. You'd have to walk me through why this is better. I guess, so one of the benefits of Deathless Visage is that it allows you to play in the mid-range as opposed to always being at max range, which is where you need to be for the bone shards to hit targets and for it to matter. And monsters close the gap all the time. So Deathless Visage's echoes actually allows you to output damage at a closer range without having to shotgun into a target. One of the downsides, though, is that you don't always get all the echoes. Obviously, all 3 echoes don't hit targets, and they'll sometimes get eaten by walls and stuff. So there's definitely a trade-off, but I think that the echoes do more good than these bone shards would. So I'm not necessarily sure why we're going with making more bone shards for Bone Spear as a unique effect. Blood Moon Breaches, minions deal double damage. Hot diggity dog. Minions deal double damage on pants. So this is what I'm saying. You got to put it on everything. Hellbent and Mastery and the ranks to course the curse skills. I think we have to get rid of the curse skills. They're fine. They're fun. That's a lot, my guy. Like, that's a lot of damage on pants. They're already the best in slot. They're just like really doubling down on it. Does this open up being able to use like a unique item in a meaningful way? Kind of. I think we need to get rid of this stat entirely. I think the critical strike chance on the pants is also kind of cool. But, oh, right, because you're giving them grow on Army of the Dead. So you're saying get rid of crit chance. Yeah, so I'm also going to disagree on this one for similar reasons. So getting rid of crit chance here further incentivizes me to have to use Army of the Dead. And what if I don't want to use it for a minion build? What if I want to use something else? Like I want to make Bloodwave minions. Now, all of a sudden, I'm losing out on critical strike options. And the idea is that since Army of the Dead will give it, it's now redundant elsewhere. But that's, I think things need to be able to fit different niches. And you need to be able to curate how you're building a thing to weigh the pros and cons of any one decision that you're making. And this makes it a little bit too bland for me. I really like the crit chance. Blood Artisans. How are we going to save Blood Artisans? It's also a blood skill. Makes sense. Picks up blood orbs in its radius when it explodes. Bone Spirit deals increased damage for each blood orb. Up to 300%. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm cool with this. No notes. No notes. Black River. Chance for corpse explosion, deal double damage. Corpse skills, intelligence rank to corpse explode now deal to gaining bonus increased damage and size per additional corpse. Causes you to explode 5 corpses and spawn 5 corpse explode. Huh. This number needs to go away. Basically. Like this needs to go down to like corpse explosion explodes up to 5 corpses per cast, dealing 50% bonus damage and increasing the radius by 50% with this functionality. Because getting the 5 corpses all gaining this much of a multi is bananas. Like this number, this is like the PTR hits and I go one shot everything in the game and then I point at it and we walk out of the PTR and you nerf it down to like 15% damage. This would be pretty buck wild. I like the change in the functionality. This is very good. This number would need to come way down for this to make sense. Arma King Leoric, a unique wand. Let's go, baby. Intelligence ranks 2, warrior, mage, and golem mastery. Here's my only issue. This is now prevalent in so many pieces of gear where these values are all now severely diminishing in their returns, which I do think is something to consider here. Chance of minions deal double damage. Summon damage. I think I would prefer to see like attack speed or something like this here. When, and what would the implicit of the wand be as well? When the target of the raised skeleton dies, when the target of your raised skeleton dies, your summons are automatically commanded to attack a nearby target. All your summons are commanded, they deal increased damage. So one of the issues here is that it would never work on a boss, right? Unless the boss summons adds. But there would be long stretches of time where that wouldn't, unless this was a permanent buff. Like, they spawn an ad, you kill it, they are all now targeted on the boss, and no matter what else happens, they keep it the whole time. I don't like the idea that something has to die for us to get them to target. Again, we just need to be able to proactively target. I would much rather see get rid of a cult move. Maybe this is that unique we were talking about. Put on, you can have one more golem. You can have one more of every minion type. If you have every minion type, they gain a damage bonus. Something like that. That fits into the Arm of King Leoric a bit more, you know, a bit more my side. Like when I think of something like that, this is where I think you could fit that in. I think you could do a lot of good work with this unique here. Bone Ringer, unique focus. Intelligence, maximum life chance from minions. The first focus is going to be for minions? That's valid. Summon damage. Again, the percentage summon damage, I think just it's putting this on everything is kind of a little bit too much. Well, it is a weapon, so the weapon has to have additive damage. Sure. The bonus of Skeletal Priest increases per second. Your minions are commanded to attack a target. This effect stacks 20 times. So my only issue is that 20 stacks of these numbers don't make this number. That's not super important. A unique focus that says your minions have 6% bonus damage. This is kind of irrelevant with everything else. Minion builds do need maximum life on gear, especially if we're not going to get it on a weapon. I'm not sure why someone would use this. based off of all the other changes too. I think this would have to say a little bit more for it to really make sense. I'm just trying to remember all of the other changes and imagining the world where this is all true, and then what these stats look like. I think this one is like generically a little bit too, it's just like a little bit too generic. And again, requires you to have to use Skeletal Priest for like to use this on a Golem only build, which I would generally try to stay away from. Votoya's Spiker. Unique shield, armor, thorns, maximum life damage reduction. Enemies affected by your curse skills take bonus damage from thorns. Makes sense. Sure. Razor Plate. Thorn Steel, bonus damage, more, no more, every 1 in 10 nonsense. Just let all Thorns classes enjoy their already situational damage and struggle to push fits. Sassy, I like that, sure. Okay, we only have 2 more sections here. Aspects, Unyielding Commander's Aspect. While Army of the Dead is active, your minions become unstoppable and you deal increased summon damage. Okay, sure. Yeah, I like that. Hence why it's unyielding. I like that. I like you and your minions become unstoppable. I think it could go even further. Aspect of Reanimation. You gain increased summon damage while you have active minions. So, and I'm thinking about this. This is a lot of multipliers to summon damage, which would be multipliers of the stat in your stat sheet. And then things in the game scaling from your stat sheet would be over bloated. And I think that's kind of a big problem. You don't need to solve for this in your idea. But in the character sheet, like these types of things would lead to issues. Mostly the developers just need to take away scaling from character sheet because it makes players think that that's real when it doesn't. Aspect of Hungry Blood. Casting Blood Lance will consume blood orbs and also conjure lances from them. Each cast will launch the additional blood lance and it hits already lance. Blah, 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 blah. Lance, when it hits first enemy that is already lanced. Condensed aspect of Gorquills and Hungry Blood, so lances didn't have to lose an aspect. There you go. Yep, okay. Yeah, I was like, okay. It's hard to remember exactly which one does which because they're the same, but one shoots them from orbs and one shoots them from monsters, so we're just making it all one. I can get behind that. Blighted aspect deal increased shadow damage to enemies afflicted with Shadow Blight. Okay. So the major issue here is that you can put together better multis than this. I think this has to go back to being like 60, 65. Again, I kind of just don't want multis to do this at all, but I think this has to be 60% because Affliction and a 45% multi perform this. 1.45 multiplied by 1.15. Yeah, so Affliction and Great Feast, like if that was your option, is a 66.75% multiplier. So I think that this needs to be higher as a base level. Because the issue isn't that Blighted is now completely useless. It is that our other multis are stronger than it. It doesn't offer a strong enough alternative. Aspect of Decay, your damage over time effects deal increased damage to enemies afflicted with Shadow Blight. Ooh, a 2 times multi on Shadow Blight targets. So here's my issue. Shadow Blight still is bad for dots. So it is just click it just to activate the multi. Maybe you have like key passive changes down here. I don't think that this answers the issue of Shadow Blight. It does grant a multiplier option that is stronger than something else. Probably too much though, if I'm being honest. Creeping Death, you deal increased damage over time. Each crowd control effect you have applied lasting for 5 seconds. So we're taking away the it works on staggered bosses. I'm not sure why this is better. This means that it doesn't work on elites and it doesn't work on bosses. Oh, it lasts for 5 seconds. Okay, so the functionality is that you apply it, you gain the bonus. I got it. You apply it, you gain the bonus. Sure. Yeah. I wonder how that works once you stagger a boss. Like, is it considered you applying all those CCs to the target, or does it just flip a flag that says if staggered, act as if, which is how I think the functionality actually works. Gross. Aspect of plunging darkness. Darkness skill spawns a point of light at each segment. Huh. The issue here being that the segments are on the outside, so the monsters that are on the inside wouldn't be affected by it, especially if you're using Path of Trigul. And then in addition to that, the void function would pull them to the outsides of the prison as opposed to the inside of the prison. I get wired. I get the idea. It would have to be coupled with the blights overlap, which would be kind of ridiculous with Path of Trigul. I get the idea. I don't think this works in practice. I like it though. OCA scale, Bone Storm summons, consumes up to 8 corpses to increase its damage by a percentage and duration. Okay, yeah, I like that. Sure. Aphotic removed. I disagree with Aphotic remove. Occult Dominion removed, sure. Hulking removed, sure. Requiem, I disagree with. Gorequills removed, yes. Cultbringers, yes. Sticker Thought aspect. Gain bonus thorns for 5 seconds after casting a basic skill. Sure, why not? Key passive. Ossified Essence. Your skills grant 2% damage for each essence you have above 50. Basically just doubling the bonus right now. Actually quadrupling the bonus, right? Because it's... What did they nerf my boy to? 5% for each point you have. Yeah, so it's quadruple. Quadruple is a lot. I think it can return to base function and we can take it from there, but sure, we can quadruple it. Why not? Shadow Blight. Shadow damage infects enemies with Shadow Blight for 2 seconds. Every 8th time an enemy receives shadow damage from you while they're affected by Shadow Blight, they take an additional 45% of your next instance of shadow damage over 6 seconds. And the execute function. So we're taking decay augmentation, we're putting it here. So I don't hate this. It's still falling into the trap of the idea that you can do instantaneous damage and dot damage and scale both. So I think we have to imagine that we live in a utopia where that is a true statement, and then this is cool. This is cool. This is perfectly fine. I don't think we really live in that world. So we would these changes would have to be coupled with that reality where you can be and are able to build into both a crit and overpower like source of damage and a dot source of damage simultaneously and have that be relevant for both of them, which I don't hate. Decay augmentation currently works off of the base damage of the thing or the total damage that you applied. So it's like you can scale the dot by scaling overpower and crit. So that might play out here where we can overpower more often, as opposed to Abyssal Resonance where you can't really overpower on it. So maybe I eat my words. Maybe those numbers will be high enough. Playing around on that build, like I guess I'll link to it here in case you're wondering about it. I just made a pure Witchcraft build where it does Abyssal Resonance and Decay Augmentation. And the amount of damage that I did from Abyssal Resonance is low enough where the couple billion damage per second from the dot being applied was relevant for my calculation. But if that thing could overpower, even though the dot would increase by that as well, the overpower scalar would be so ridiculous that even if I was doing like 50 billion DPS with the dot, that kind of wouldn't matter because the overpower range of that damage would get to such a ridiculous place where the dot would never really like apply fast enough. I think that's just kind of an issue with Diablo 4 itself and not necessarily an issue with what Bacterial is recommending here. All right, so let's read this conclusion. It's pretty toothy. I'll try to go through it quick. That is about all I have in me for the time being to consider. Hey, by the way, writing up something like this takes a mega long time. So like kudos to Bacterial for writing this up. I think there was a lot of very, very cool concepts in it. But like, I just want to say like the biggest thing that keeps me away from writing big things on Reddit is actually typing it all out and formatting it and having it look good is just a lot of effort. So just like kudos to doing this. I removed Thorn's interactions from minions with an emphasis on a shield wielding Solo Necro, which I think is a lot easier for the developers to approach. Okay. Thorns is a fun playstyle. I would really like to see a Necromancer get similar treatment that Barbarian and Spiritborn have received. Very relevant. Scaling Thorns values, AoE, application, uniques, and such. I know the lack of minions is probably shocking, but it's been nothing but a nightmare every season. And honestly, playing a sacrificed minion Thorns build just felt good. The damage obviously wasn't there, but I had much more control around how and why my damage is being delegated. Just my 2 cents there. I get that. I get that sentiment a lot. You know, Thorns is already so finicky that also trying to make it be the monsters hit all of your minions all the time, and then the mages kind of don't do anything, and your golems kind of effing off over there, and then the rest of your minions are kind of like they don't really do damage while all of this is happening. I get that sentiment. I was a bit confused earlier when we were kind of looking at that. I don't think that minions have to have thorns removed from them for you to be able to enjoy this. Again, there's kind of like a lot of like black and white in here, like it has to be this because of this, and I think it can kind of be like porque no los dos. Also try to take time to make sure our unique items empower the skills themselves rather than being enabled by a damage key passive that gets forgotten in between seasons, making the items themselves either game-breaking or worthless. I really wanted each unique to empower the skill, and as such, allow balance around the skill, damage, and functionality. I also tried to approach my suggestions around the uniques in a logical sense. If no one is using an item, that might make people want to use it. What build or skill is lacking functionality or is overbloated with aspects that are a worse option? You can let me know how you feel about my approach and if you think some tweaks might improve upon it. I also try to tackle our 2 most unused key passives. Unfortunately, we are playing a game of cat and power creep with Rathma's Vigor. In the world of Necromancer, you either overpower or you don't use that skill because it simply can't scale. You also see that I reworked a lot of tags to be inclusive towards enabling Rathmas for other direct damage skills. With Ossified Essence, I want to give an option for a lot of the underloved direct damage skills. And maybe some nerfs or tag restrictions we could see Bone Skill pick up again. Yes, I think making Bone Spear a blood skill and playing further into OP fantasy feels like a mistake. As for Shadowblight, I took inspiration from Decay Augmentation in our seasonal witch powers. What would be better for damage over time than a multiplier I can actually use along with an execute? Not to mention helps all of our darkness and shadow skills deal more consistent damage by actively living on the target as a dot, like other classes enjoy. Big because true. A lot of people don't really know that the Necromancer doesn't actually do damage over time. Not in the classical sense. We do not apply a debuff. We are not poisoning the target. We're not burning them. You know, we're not shocking them. They are taking damage twice per second, which cannot crit or cannot overpower as long as they are within the area of effect, like Consecrate from a Paladin. I didn't do any math, so I have no idea how strong or weak it would actually be. Just an idea. Yeah, I think, you know, obviously we got into it there a little bit when I was noodling on the math. Let's talk about my minions, my favorite pain in the butt. As I mentioned before, I took Thorns out of the equation. I feel like if we were splitting the attention span of the devs. I don't like the second call to the devs can't develop because there's too many things for them to develop. Just because I don't know that assumption really helps us to better understand the pain point of what goes into development so much. I also tried to homogenize a lot of stats, like removing the segregation of different damage types to universal summon. I personally didn't like that. One which makes everything easier and probably easier to code. True, I don't think it's to the benefit of the game. And be real with me for a second. When we play as an Overlord of the Undead, we really like big armies that decimate the battlefield. I feel as separating damage sources while we're trying to achieve this goal isn't ideal to the class fantasy. Just my opinion. Furthermore, I added in some much needed and wanted changes to minions. Raised Skeleton is now similar to Command Skeleton from Diablo 3. Figure the same code they used to make minion attack a cursed target could be applied with a point and hold toggle. Attack speed caps to match the thing. That made sense. Be essential now that we can, as a player, damage and are sort of changing the better match actual skills. There's also changed some mastery passives, making them instead their own skill nodes like companions have for druids. I feel like we can alleviate so many bloated aspects from the game while also making our army feel fleshed out from the moment that we make the point of investment. Also, tiny multiple golems, just like we had in Diablo 3 on the Witch Doctor. Last big change in pros was the Book of the Dead. I don't want to do the Battle of Sacrifice first minion power imbalance anymore, so I suggest we change them to passive effects called Requiems and just a Memento Mori to take this into consideration. This fundamentally makes the summoner stronger without removing the whole sacrificing our minions for power. Oh, okay. The minions now grant a Requiem always. There's just a passive bonus that they grant. Huh. But then doesn't that mean you can't sacrifice them? What if I don't want to be a minion? Yeah, oh, Bacterial's now in chat. Hold on, Bacterial's now in chat. I have a question for you. If the idea is that they now passively grant a bonus, but I don't want to have them on my skill bar, I just can't gain those bonuses? Is that the idea? Actually, I have Bacterial in chat right now. I'm gonna see if I can get an answer out of it. See if we can make this work. I'm just gonna sit here in awkward silence. I'm just gonna have to edit this out later. Damn, I've been talking for an hour and a half. Fuck me. Link to what we're reading. This is on the D4 subreddit. Yeah, I can link this. Get the bonus if you have no minions. Momentum orient aspect of sacrifice work. You're on the phone. No, it's fine that you're on the phone. Hold on. Bootily boop. Yeah, I should have linked this earlier. That was on me. Boop. So that's that. This is Bacterial's feedback about the class. Yo, shoutouts to the same number of viewers on YouTube and on Twitch. And also, if you're watching on YouTube, if you can like the stream, that would be pretty tops. Get the base bonus even with minions active. Okay, so my now understanding is you get the base bonus even with minions active, and you get the bonus if you have no minions. So it is just selecting them gives it, and if they aren't active, you still get it. Okay. Okie dokie. Ooh. I would have to think a lot about how that impact kind of works. And I think this is already too long, and my voice hurts kind of a little bit. Yeah, what up, Aureus? Yeah, I think that Thorns guy made this. Fundamentally makes summoner damage stronger without removing the whole sacrificing of our minions for power fantasy. Allowed it also proposed sweeping changes to the Book of the Dead so that we had categories to each tags. Finally benefit from investments into skills, tree, and overpower. Not to mention you get to live that fantasy of commanding different types of minions and having them synergize with your other skills and build paths. Yep, we already talked about like some of the places where I feel like kind of like way too much, and how it a little bit pigeonholes. Overall, there's a monumental amount of stuff here, and I anticipate almost none of it to ever see live. But hey, if we don't help give them ideas, they're going to keep shooting in the dark or follow their own biases and wants, which we may or may not like. So sorry for yet another novel of a post, but I hope you enjoyed it and provided some of your own input to the discussion. And as always, thank you for reading and happy hunting. Great write-up. Look forward to chatting with you about some of it later. Comment. That's gaslighting. I'm already talking to them about it right now. So there's a lot of really good stuff in here, you know, and like, not to get it twisted, right? These aren't patch notes. These are like player desires. Again, very specifically from Just Add Sleep, also known as Bacterial, top 1% commenter and, you know, poster and contributor, does great write-ups like this. And I think there's a lot of really good stuff in here. And what I appreciate the most, again, not only just taking the time to write it all up, but is to inspire people to kind of think about these things. And, you know, so often I think we'll kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this number isn't high enough to compare against this number, and then this number isn't low enough, and then we have to look at this number, and this one has to be very specific, and because this does this, this has to do this. And something like this asks the question, what if it was just different? If it was different, then what does it look like? Which I like to think I can kind of do sometimes, but I get very into this is what you gave me, I will work within that constraint. And I don't always think about what if it was just straight up different? And I'm personally trying to do that more. So I really like this approach that basically said like, everything is different. Now, once everything is different, what does that mean? And how do you look at it now that it's different? Which I think is super, super important. Because it's just so easy to get lost in like well, this thing does 10% more than this thing, so this number can't be this. Which, again, I also fall prey to. A lot of really good stuff. I definitely think we need to give the devs a little bit more credit where, you know, they can think, you know, multiple lines in parallel. And if we just assume that they can't, that will also stymie our ability to give them feedback where that has to be the reality for that feedback to make sense. But yeah, really, really good write-up. Super good write-up. A lot of really cool stuff in here. Luckily, Bacteria and I now have like a pretty decent working relationship. So it seems like they're taking I think they're definitely taking me sitting here and being like, what if I nitpicked your stuff? I'm really good spirit, so thank you. I appreciate your willingness to be critiqued. This is very good. Very, very good stuff. All right, cheers. I hope you enjoyed that. This is a long one. Nobody will actually watch this because it's like way too long. But again, I just really wanted to highlight that, like, hey, there are a bunch of people out there and they might not be out there making videos, but oddly enough, they think about this game a lot. They care about this game a lot, and we should probably hear from them as well. So cheers. Thank you very much for watching. Hope that you enjoyed it and look forward to seeing you in the next one. Good write-up. I really like this bacterial. Bacterials feedback analysis. This is good stuff. So I missed everything that people were saying. I'm not attacking the devs. Yeah, I don't think you're out here thinking the devs are stupid. But yeah. I know you're not an asshole. No one's going to watch all of it except for all of us that did. Yeah, y'all were stuck here listening to me do it. That's how I get them. That's how I know at least 100-something people will listen to me rant about something, is I make them sit here with me. I think they just straight up need to get rid of double damage entirely. But hey, if you ask something, so that was an hour and a half. Hey, if you ask something at me, do it again. I absolutely missed it. Unique aspect casting Decrepify Corpse Angels have a minion cast it. Well, we already have Blood Moon Breaches are your minions can cast your curses, so we do have that. Have tables and charts that you made. They are not designed for beginners. You are the nerd. You're the nerd for necromancers. I am one of the necromancer nerds. I think that necromancers have the most nerds per capita. I think there's something real about that. What up, Spooky? Thank you for the follow. Yegnops, thank you for the follow. Gherkin Hobel. Prometheus, thank you for the follows. +1 nerd confirmed. Yeah, what up, Sarah? Welcome back to the internet. So, here's the next thing that we have to talk about. You beat Ctod to his Abyssal Resonance build? Let's go. Let's talk about something. Let's talk about something. Let's talk about Gravekeeper. And how Gravekeeper is now going to be on every single build that I recommend. Gravekeeper is something that I've slept on a lot. Why? Yo, what up, Hansa? How we doing? Gravekeeper is something I've slept on a lot. Why? Because damage to healthy targets is crap. But since then, I've become a turbo nerd. Yeah, once you go necro, you lose social functionality and you get really into Excel. Is Desecrated Ground worth anything? You can build into it. It's only good on Bloodwave, and there it's not great. I tried a bunch of different Abyssal Resonance with Crown of Lucian, and none of them were as good as Bone Spirit. It just like wasn't even kind of close, which sucks. But let's talk about Gravekeeper. What is the expected damage bonus? What is the expected damage bonus of Gravekeeper? I came the other way. I was a data science actuarial person, and Necro community is very math. Necro community is very math. Let's talk about Gravekeeper and why I'm going to put it on every single build. Y'all know why. Gravekeeper is the best generic damage multiplier in the game. It's because it gives the most damage over the length of the fight. It gives the most damage. And that's pretty powerful. But it's not immediately obvious that it gives the most damage. You played your first companion druid, it's everything that you wanted from the Necro. Isn't it wild that like the druid is like the sub minion class, but they got active minions and the Necromancer didn't? Isn't that wild? So Gravekeeper's pretty cool. Gravekeeper's a pretty cool little thing. Here. Is it not capped? No, it is capped. But Gravekeeper is pretty cool. Let's look at the difference in numbers here. Oh. Voices. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold your horses here. Oh. Minimize. So. Look at these two sets of numbers here. Boom, bop, bam. So Gravekeeper becomes 272.5 additive. 55 intelligence, which becomes 521. Uh, 8.1, which is 8.1%. And it grants an 18% multi. And it grants a 20% multi for 20% plus of the fight. Boop. 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 Versus, this is meant so hard. 245.3. No intelligence. A 10% multi. And a 10.4% multi. Yeah, what up, Ducky? How you doing? What's good, Lesnar? I'm an network engineer. Tisms and nerds of the world unite. Powerful. Type of shit I'm on you wouldn't understand. Amplify has more consistent damage. So ultimately, it really doesn't. The only issue is whether or not you can be near the corpses. You will always have 6 corpses near you. Wouldn't Shaken Soul give you almost infinite uptime on Vulnerable? Shaken Soul? I'm not sure what Shaken Soul is. Peekaboo. I just put the boogers in my chain. Peekaboo. Now, when you consider 20% of 20%, though, 20 times 0.2 is only 4. That makes this 4. Equal to 4%. Now this looks at the difference between a 1.18 and a 1.04 versus a 1.1. So 1.1 times 1.104 is a 2.1 this. So this becomes the multi that you get from it. In this one, instead, 1.18 multiplied by 1.04, which ends up being this. Even though you only do 20% bonus damage for 20% of the fight, just the multi alone is higher, as long as you assume the same uptime. Now, the difference between these two, 1.22 divided by 1.2144. You would need to have 99% uptime on Gravekeeper for these two numbers to be the same. And you don't even have 100% uptime on Amplify, right? You typically cast it by casting a core skill. So that can be anywhere between like the next core skill or, you know, 2 or 3 core skills away. So I think that the difference in uptime, like how long does it take to get 6 corpses versus how long does it take to, you have to think about it even further, right? Because the 20% damage to healthy is already basically this damage bonus during the healthy portion. You will definitely have 6 corpses before you leave the healthy portion. And it's what? By the time you get to 1 corpse, these 2 numbers are actually the same. So you actually only need to be able to generate 1 corpse in the same amount of time it would take you to curse to have equal uptime on these 2. You have enough corpses even if you consume them per flesh eater? You should, yes. Mac, very important question. I'm here for it. The increase to the additive damage, while you get to the end of a build, is obviously a bit smaller. The increase to the intelligence is pretty fucking massive. Do you like your Mac touching yams? No. 1, I rarely eat yams, but I would not have the 2 touch. Yo, what up, Cider? How we doing? So I've just been sleeping on Gravekeeper because I never like sat down and did the math. But as long as you can be near corpses, it's strictly better in every way. Running a soup build in hardcore like a headless chicken. What is a soup build? Wouldn't it be fairer to compare it to another rare glyph that affects nodes? You would always want to use a rare glyph that affects nodes. Every necro build ends up using sacrificial. So when we think about like damage over time, Blight uses Abyssal, just does. It uses Sacrificial, it just does. It uses Scourge, makes sense. So Scourge, Sacrificial, Abyssal, it's already using all of those. Then we start to look at like the other things that it could use. It can use Exploit. Exploit has a ramp up. And then you start to think, what's the next glyph you use? Right? Like what other glyphs do I use? How do I load my build? Excuse me. Oh. Whoa. 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 How do I change the variant? Oh, it's up here. Is it also up here? Oh, I don't like this. Jizzy. So when we look at like what do you end up using? Oh, an eliminator, right? I should update this. No, I'm gonna update Blight. I don't like these. We're gonna update that. Wow, this all looks so good. Oh, this looks really good. But it's like, so it's Abyssal, Exploit, Sacrificial, Eliminator, Scourge. So it's both better than Exploit and better than Sacrificial. But I should also already have Abyssal in here. Oh, I kind of didn't have a good place to put Abyssal. Well, you would just put Abyssal in the starter board, right? Yeah. Because it comes along with core stat too. How do I like the changes? I like it. I'm just seeing it all for the first time today. So then you come back here and you're like, wait a minute. Why haven't I been using Gravekeeper on everything that is using a generic glyph, which most builds are using Sacrificial? So as long as you are near corpses, Gravekeeper should be strictly better than Sacrificial. Because the other part about it too is it's actually a lot stronger depending on how deep into unhealthy you can hit the target. So what do I mean by that? I'm evaluating it as, since healthy is only for 20% of the monster's life, you only get 20% of the effect. But if you do more damage than 20% of their maximum life, you knock them down further into their maximum life. So it was basically effective for more of its life than just 20%. So let's say you hit a target and it goes to 75% of their life. Right? Like, let's just say that. So instead of only getting 20% of 20, we instead get 25% of 20. Right? Which goes from 4% to 5%. And then this, so 1.05 multiplied by 1.18 means it's actually almost a 24% multiplier. And you know, this divided by 1.21, whatever it is, 2144. 1.239 divided by 1.2144. It's like a 2% increase over that. The number go up. Which also means you would only need 98% uptime on the 6 corpses for it to be relevant. Which is only 1% more, but it's actually doubling the allowance area for it to be relevant. And as long as you can generate 1 corpse within like the first second, the numbers are the same because you have a 20 plus a 1.03. 1.2 multiplied by 1.03 already gets you a 23.6. So that's already higher than this. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I put Gravekeeper on everything. I put Gravekeeper on everything because it's just better. It's just better. I also need to put Abyssal in here. Maybe I should update guides. Maybe we're going to update guides today. The other thing, actually, before we update guides, the other thing, I actually did want to play the game. The bias that I wanted to test was whether or not you should be using the Helm of Lucian on Blight. Do I have a Bone Storm guide, by the way? Do I have a Bone Storm guide? I don't, because I didn't think it was good enough to really make a guide around it. Just because you couldn't overpower with it. Or you could, but you would just have to run it with Grandfather, and I was mostly just kind of upset that I wouldn't be able to use this wall. So I ended up just not finishing that concept. Is Avowed a cool game? So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to open up Diablo 4. I'm also going to take a quick bio break. A macro bio break. So I'll run ads now so we don't get interrupted later. And I want to test Blight again, but with Helm of Lucian. Because I think it's just strictly better than Air of Perdition. So I'll be right back. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. What about Blight with Andes? If you have low attack speed, you'll feel better because you'll have more attack speed. But other than attack speed, it doesn't grant you anything. The damage itself is negligible. We can't really scale it. Okay, so. Let's do a little testing.
What's still got some good in it?
And let's get all of our Blight stuff together. So the idea, let's talk about it. Crown of Lucian. Bam. How does legendary power creeping death work? Well, if we go read it, luckily this one, it does explain what it does. But let's go read it. Creeping death. You deal 20% increased damage over time to enemies for each different crowd control effect they are afflicted by. So it is per effect on the target. So you have to slow them and stun them and freeze them and chill them and disorient them or immobilize them and daze them to get the full benefit out of it. And that's why it generally sucks for the Necromancer. Oh, I also had boots. Boots, boots, boots. Where are my boots? Boots, boots. Where are my boots? My boots. My boots, boots, boots. Boots, 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 boots. With the idea being, we're gonna change the game here. Okay, so we want witch growth. We want sure. And we want sure. Here's the other thing. We can still do Abyssal Resonance. We'll feed into Decay Augment. And we can do... do Hex of Whispers and drop this one for Doomorb. And then put in these sockets. Boo. Boo. And what do we run right here? Casting a non-basic skill. This is Igni for Warcry. And then we can do Core Skill for Decrepify. Do I have a Blight? Oh, I do. Load. Yeah, and then I just need to take out this one. Okay. And then we can put all of this here. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have a setup for this? I do. Oh, this is when I was trying to do it with Sever. Hold on. Boop. Let's save this loadout. Here, let's save it. Yes, let's rename this one Abyssal. And then do this. Boop, boop, boop. Then go put all this away. Okay. And now here's the idea. I've never played a Witch Doctor, but I know a lot of people compare it with the Necro. Was the kit more minion focused? Yeah, you summoned skeletons and zombies, and it was what if the Necromancer wasn't the Necromancer? They did poison damage. They summoned a flaming chicken, you know, just like a Necromancer would, and Damned, Great Feast, Sacrificial. These are our witchcraft powers where we're going to gain Abyssal Resonance here. And I currently have Exploit, Eliminator, Scourge, Abyssal, and Sacrificial. We need to level up Gravekeeper. Make sure I always have enough corpses, I guess. But now we need to make sure that we can actually handle Crown of Lucian. Also, we have to go swap out our mercenaries. Because I'm going to lose Lucky Hit chance, but I didn't need the crit chance. The movement speed is kind of whatever. We gain cooldown reduction, which is pretty cool. I need to almost certainly temper on instead of damage over time. We temper on like a chance to be able to restore a resource. And then we should be good. Because it shouldn't be that much. Watch Kendrick Super Bowl? Of course. I've watched it like 25 times. Unironically. Yo, what it do, Confed? For Congrats to Super Bowl MVP Kendrick Lamar for defeating the Toronto Drakes. Didn't even know they had a team. Dude, that man hurt that boy's feelings.
That one who took your armor hair.
I will not let you down.
That man said, heard, chef. Oh, Samuel Jackson was insane. Samuel Jackson was so good.
I fear we must have help.
Okay, so here's the idea. Let's see if I can... Oh, let's see if I can maintain permanent uptime against a boss on Essence. Dude, Kendrick Lamar straight up called Drake a pedophile. And everybody heard him. And nobody was confused. Might be one of those scenarios where I have to use the resource cost reduction potion. Oh, maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. I sure can. Probably a minor. They not like us. 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 You disrespect Pac. I think the Oakland show will be your last stop. Don't know American sports, but is the Super Bowl domestic or international? I'm thinking in English football terms. No, the United States is the only teams in the United States participate in our sports, other than hockey. So in baseball, basketball, and football, we just face the other states. Toronto Blue Jays from baseball say hello. Who are they? Oh, there are the Toronto Raptors and the Blue Jays. I lied to you. We let Canada play a little bit. I like Bloodlands, so perhaps you want a 4GA 39 meter layer plate? No, thank you. We let Toronto from Canada play with us.
At least I can put my skills to use.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Chronoloucian is just strictly better. Huh. Our Super Bowl last night was my first full NFL game as a European. I mean, I enjoyed it a bit more than I thought I would. For me, it's still something not that interesting on my second monitor while farming. At least I stayed up and geared up my Z-tier homebrew Inferno Sork. Very nice. What up, Simon? We are putting Chronoloucian on Blight. For the gram. Don't be talking about my Raptors like that. You can have your Raptors, dog. I don't watch sports. My dude, let me ask you this. Not doing this for you to block me, but what do you think of PoE 2? I wouldn't block you for asking about another video game. Really good game. I had a lot of complaints that the devs apparently heard from a lot of people because they went and addressed a lot of them. And I'm excited to go back and play now. I'm gonna like reinvest in my character in the Infernalist I had. I'm excited. What a bad set of circumstances this is. Holy. What a bad combo of monsters. In fact, I just shouldn't fight this. It kind of sucks that vampires plus snakes happen so often and you just like should never do it because the snakes have so much CC and the vampires just teleport out of range. You're like, oh, okay, I guess I won't do that. And then you get into the next one and it's barrier skeletons and you're like, oh, well, I guess I also shouldn't do barrier skeletons because that's also pretty bad for it. Sucks. Coming to the stats of an item that I've already mastered if I reroll the temper. It stays. Does PoE 2 that complicated for casual players? It's an incredibly complicated game, yes. They've done a really good job of being able to like better onboard you. So PoE 2 is a lot more approachable, but it's an incredibly complicated game, for sure. Can I kill the damage reduction monster in here? What really sucks is like you have to do big pulls like that in the beginning to get your stacks up, and then you should like lose aggro and just kind of move on, I feel like. dude. Barrier skeletons. I like the Abyssal Resonance continuing to pull monsters, though. That's pretty cool. What build is this? This is Blight on max roll. Kangaroo, thank you for the follow. Oh, there's a barrier skeleton damage reduction aura guy. That's so cool, man. Cool. Are you using the Aura Pull Gem? Aura Pull Gem. No, I'm using Abyssal Resonance. I don't have an aura up. Though it's kind of hard to see that. I don't fault you for not being able to. Come along, everybody. It's time for a hoedown. I feel like I've been fighting this one damage resistance wind wall skeleton for roughly 15 days. There we go. Abyssal Resonance is just proccing once every like 4 seconds. It's adding on like a little bit of damage. It's adding on to my dot damage, which is kind of cool. And oh, are you a 3 affix elite? No, thank you. Hey, why does every pack have fear circles as one of the elites, huh? The sunk cost fallacy. I'm so close to being able to kill this thing. Let's get bent. Alright, better level 2. Better level 2. I will take that. Thank you. Kind of better. A lot of immediately the triple affix elites here. Pretty cool, man. Fuck me, dude. Maybe I need to, like, get more Paragon and finish leveling. Who knows? And Subo needs to suck less. This is why I end up using Rahir. Not being able to do damage to monsters when they gain barrier is bad. That's bad, and it feels bad. I'll go ahead and say it. Yo, what up, Teo? Is Bone Spear still underperforming, hitting a wall at 120, meanwhile Bloodwave easily does? Yes, they haven't fixed the bugs with it. This looks more and more like Diablo 3. Yes, the pit is very specifically just crater rifts. That's exactly what they are. What's my favorite Necro build this season? I always like Sever. I mean, Bloodwave is very fun. I'll say Bloodwave. I'm not afraid to say Bloodwave. Go brave. What am I doing? I'm currently pit pushing. So the pit is the hardest content in the game. And I'm trying to see what the highest tier I can do. There's 150 tiers. I'm playing like a B ranked build. So I'm trying to do tier 110 right now. And trying to see if my innovations on it have increased its output, which they have, but it's time to see like how effective they are. Please die before you bury her again. Da-da, da-da. And welcome to Diablo 4. What have you been playing? Necromancer is your character? Very nice. Yeah, this is the Blight Necromancer, so it's a damage over time build. We're using a bunch of stuff to try to make our dots do as much damage as possible. So, although you can't see it, the little numbers that pop up around their heads more often than the other numbers, we're doing something like somewhere between like 20 to 80 billion DPS to these monsters. His numbers in Diablo 4 got real big real quick. I like how I was able to kill monsters in time, and then I got here and knights just suck. So I just need like spiders and boys and like thieves, and those are like the only things. And even thieves suck too because thieves have a little smoke bomb that they drop, but at least they're not like unreasonably tanky. We were doing quintillions of damage last season. Teo. Alright, yeah, let's do another run here. Oh. Oh. Have you looked into Corpse Explosion build? Have I looked into it? Yes. Yeah. That's not particularly good. Oh yeah, I never posted like the Dad Gamer build. That is a Corpse Explosion build, ostensibly. Come along, sir. Come along, sir. Brain can't compute quadrillions? Yeah, nobody's really can. But we do it anyways, for the love of the game. I like how this one guy with 3 affixes on him, like, just hasn't taken damage yet. Because he's also vampiric. How can you farm this activity? So this is called the pit. The way that you get into the pit is you go to the city of Karagar. It's up in the north. And there's an obelisk there. You'll be able to do it once you hit level 60, and you have to complete certain levels of it to be able to go up into higher difficulties in Torment. You get the stones, so the little keys to be able to open this, from doing the Helltide and opening up chests. Oh, you just teleported away from me. That's super cool, man. I should probably test. Before I really just jump in here. Oh, am I going to get knocked back every second? Is that the game plan? I should really make sure Crown of Lucian works. I also need to eat some food. I tweet about not listening to hip hop. And did you see Kanye going crazy on Twitter? I did, yeah. Oh, you've never heard of Uno Miles? Yeah, Uno Miles is an artist. Was it bugged? I've just never tested whether or not it works for Ebon Piercer bolts. Oh, I didn't mean to start fighting another pack of monsters. I need a snack. What up, Primal? How we doing? Legit dying? Yeah, he makes pretty wild stuff. Like cupcakes? Hey, Arabrito, that's awesome. Oh. I'll be right back.
My demons are quiet here. Mostly. Thank you. Thanks.
Hey, yo, Playboy. What's good? What up, Blackstone? How you doing? No, cheese man, no, come back. I got yogurt, which is kind of like cheese, but different. Hey, what did it do, Playboy? Vibin Piercer? It's okay. It's currently losing me 13% damage because of the base roll. Pestilent Swarm build is in shambles. Oh. Alright, time to play this build, I guess. I wanted to eat my yogurt. Wait, is he not showing indicators? Ashava just not showing indicators for attacks? That's pretty cool, man. That's so brave of them. Get good, scrub lords. What up, Jandari? How you doing? Welcome on in. Excuse me. Gross. My weekend was good. Watched the Super Bowl. And I got COVID, so we're mostly just locked in the house. Hey, let's go. A Vex rune. Give me all them little malignant hearts. Feel the beat. Ashava spoils a single legendary item and a sigil. You also have COVID? Rip. Me W Panda. Big dubs in chat for COVID boys. Any update on Ring Mandel? Patch 2.1.2. When is it coming? Probably this week. Ah. Let's go. Huge. Hey, let's make sure that this works at all. Oh, hold on. Oop, 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 oop. Where did... Didn't I do this? Where did I get my blight build from? Huh. Yeah, what up, Bloodwalker? How you doing? Early January, not sure if it was COVID, but it probably was. Super sick for 2 days and work from home for a week. Yeah, COVID sucks. COVID puts me down. I really hope I don't get it, because it puts me down.
It is done.
But on Blight build, does the damage on every person matter, or is it the only thing that matters? It's the only thing that matters. What build am I trying out? This is called Blight. Get the fun long COVID? Rip. Oh, and I need to get rid of my... God, fucking... I hate... Hey, I hate this. Bold statement of mine, I know. But I hate this. Oh, interesting. How long has GoXLR not been working?
I don't think Super likes me.
I don't think Subo likes anyone. But don't fret. He's wary of anything new.
I've always been better at moving on than staying still.
Oh boy. Good, that works. And now this. Perfect. Perfect. Eat the rest of my little chippies. I will never not use a golem. I will always use a golem. Difference between using a golem and not using a golem is like one pit tier. All right. So here's what I think I need to do. I think I need to level some glyphs. So let's speedrun some like tier 100s or something. Trying to design a new class concept for fun. Yeah, go for it. Why not?
On the morrow, traveler.
Mortarcrux is bad, but with it on, I can face Tank Shaba and stand in the poison, take no damage due to the amount of barrier. With Black River, I die quick. Okay. Black River is also bad. Both of them are bad. But yes, it generates barrier for you, but that's about it. So it's a weapon that generates barrier for you when Soul Rift, your ultimate skill, already generates enough barrier for you. Mortar Crux does not stop being a suboptimal option just because it is currently the best option for you. It's actually one of the more important things to, I think, to learn about playing an ARPG is that something being bad doesn't mean it's bad for you. It means that in comparison to other options, it is weaker. Like, Mortar Crux is phenomenal if you don't have a weapon, right? But Mortar Crux, the item itself, is a very weak and valueless item because it does not offer you something that you do not already excel at with other options. I wish I had my mercenaries. That'd be pretty chill. With my spirit wolves? Well, spirit wolves don't count as minions. Either. They are summons, but they are not minions. Those are two very distinctly different things. Like the Mortar Crux simulacrums are summons, but they are not minions. Yeah, no problem. Also, if you're ever fighting a Shava, you just want to stand directly underneath her in the middle and you literally can't get hit by any of her effects. So if you feel like you need the ability to face tank her abilities, I would try to just stand like literally directly underneath her back legs. And you will find that she can no longer hit you with stuff. That's the same for all of them except for the greed one, Avarice. You just kind of stand next to him and don't get hit by his big gold safe. And the most amazing thing happened last night while running pets. I dropped a mythic from the boss. Yo, that's crazy. What'd you get? You got an air, but it was worse than the one you had. Rest in peace. Excuse me. should probably like swap over to Blood Wave if I want to be very quickly doing this. Just put on a speed farming sub, just do tier 100s. And with the armory, now I can swap between my builds. Although I do think my Blood Wave build got eaten, so I would have to redo it. But like doing, what is this going to be? Starts at 15, it's going to be done at like 8. Seven-minute tier 100s when I could be doing like 2-minute tier 100s. 3-minute probably. Okay. So we already have Abyssal here. I also want a Gravekeeper. Three GA ring. What are they? Poison res, life per second, intelligence. Oh. Rip. Rip, rip. Int max life? Yeah, that's fine. That's a pretty good base for most stuff. Armory. Do I have a... Peekaboo. I just put the boogers in my chain. Peekaboo. No, I would have to put the gear back together. That's okay. Put me back in, coach. Put me back in, coach.
Fashion this into
I don't want Starless. Where did my ring go? There we go. That's pretty fast for Necro, right? What is? Watch how you speed farm blow away because I'm just not good. My fastest kill was 4.5 minutes. At what level, Candy? $110. Let's see if I can do better than that. I don't even know if I can, to be honest with you.
Impeccable.
Jaw also turns my evade into a what's it called, right? This with this for Igni and cast a ultimate. Cast a ultimate. I already have cast an ultimate here. Oh. No, I need Decrepify. Decrep. If evade's gonna be that, then this can be... can either be pure movement speed. What's my movement speed at?
How may I help you?
Nope. This is going to be... that.
May your road be filled
Then
with
we do
wonders.
this, this. Oh boy. Where do I put these other points? What's my gear looking like? Boop,
Thanks.
boop. Your ultimate does a thing. That's the third one. And then it's... what is it? It's this one, this one. That one, that one. Sure. And then this kind of doesn't matter. Sure. Where do these other points go? That movement speed count. Sure. Sure. Yeah, sure. Crit chance, why not? Paragon. Refund all. Do I remember my Paragon? Sacrificial blood bath. Fell fortified. So this is Abyssal. Abyssal, Flesh Eater, sure. Eliminator. Blood begets blood sounds like one of the good ones. This one is. This is another one where. What's it called would be good. No, this, I mean, this should still be. Oh, right, and I also want Imbiber. Imbiber. Sure. You. Essence. You can be Essence. Sure, good enough. Frailty. Sure. You know, the end of the day, you gotta ask yourself, what are we doing here? Sure.
See some steel you need.
Rename this one Speed Farm Blood. Speed Farm Blood Wave. Okay. Have I ever really played this as a speed farm build? I have not. So, bear with me. Oh, I've just been recording for an hour? That's sick. Oh, I forgot what this is going to do. Oh yeah, this all still just completely sucks on controller. That's super sick. I love that from me. Oh, I don't have mercenaries on. I'll remember mercenaries one day, I promise. Oh, cool. Hold on. The teleport gets blocked by... Okay. When will the flying pet be available again? It's the seasonal reward. That was what, a 2.5 minute run? Was that 2.5 minutes? Somewhere around there? I'm playing Bloodwave on controller and want to play a build that feels better. Well, playing on the Necromancer just feels bad on controller, just across the board. There's not really too much you can do about that, sadly. But Corpse Explosion feels good on the build. And you get the benefit of being able to skill weave, which like is a benefit. Or very easily skill weave, I should say. Oh, rip. What's allowing you to teleport? The rune word that has jaw. Jaw gives you a teleport on your evade. And I'm also using the Sever becomes a mini teleport on my boots. But the flying pet is currently available. It's not like removed. Cool, man. Yeah, so a little bit under 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 47-ish seconds. Ooh, bing bop boom 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 bop bam. Type of shit I'm on you wouldn't understand. Type of skits I'm on you wouldn't understand. I will not hold your hand. Peekaboo. Spiked armor doesn't actually change block chance. It does. You gain plus 10% block chance. Yep. Gain plus 10, so you have a 30% block chance.
Use it well.
It didn't affect on the character sheet? I believe that. You have to remember the character sheet is wrong. End statement. Character sheet is wrong. Literally can't use it to determine anything because it's wrong. Well, balls. Yeah. Yeah, Necro suffers from a lot of different issues. Will it affect the aspect? Yes. Will they have 6 glyphs for next season? Like 6 Paragon boards? I don't believe so. They haven't given any indicator that they want to change the functionality of Paragon. Oh no. Yeah, I definitely think that the Paragon system needs to be looked at again. Oh, that was cool. I should really go get my mercenaries. If I knew where monsters were going to be, I could plan out my teleports and my my sever leaps better. Yeah, so it looks like we probably top out somewhere around like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, why am I leveling up Undaunted? No, that's not the one I wanted to be on. Leveling up. God damn it. What's my favorite mercenary? I don't have a favorite mercenary. I just use the one that's appropriate for the damage type that I need to do. None of them are particularly super... Like, Aldkin is the most interesting, mechanically, but also kind of sucks, because applying vulnerable to you means he's basically unusable. Mad Mouse, thank you for the follow.
Don't think Super likes me.
Higher.
Don't think Sugo likes anyone. But don't fret. He's wary of anything new.
You and who? Kind of doesn't matter.
I fear we must have help.
Abracadabra. I should just level up all my glyphs. It won't take too long. Yo, what's going on, Nukem? How you doing? I got both the mythics for Bloodwave. Huge. Very nice. Can I make this even faster? Probably not. That was a really good start to this run, and then kind of slowed down a bit. not too bad. We can go faster though. A shield. A shield. Ooh. The floor's on fire. Abracadabra.
Well, oh shining beauty.
What's left, you ask?
Hello?
Not bad.
Hello, shining beauty. Well, there's something special.
Wow. Yeah.
Better than starting from nothing.
All right, let's try to get a really clean run this time. Oop. Love the Jarruna Bloodwave as well. She's fast now. Yeah, it's huge. Oh. Okay, that wasn't a really clean one, so let's go again. Fuck him up. I'm gonna do my stuff. I think I'm gonna cover how to speed farm on this build. I think I'll make a video about it. Oh, an altar. Okay, goodbye. Thank you for the follow, Despairing Hair. Thank you for the posture check, too. The video can't have me do a dumb boss fight. That was a pretty good run outside of that, though. Ooh, girl. Just tried playing like 3 or 4 days ago. Found that time isn't real, and I'm in fact a shrimp from playing it. Happy to see you. Yeah, that could definitely happen. How are you enjoying it? Alright, let's try that one more again.
Return soon.
Can I go even crazier? And actually do Rathmas. Can I? Probably, right?
The wonders
Hold
of
on.
sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
What? What is happening?
My magics await your return.
Let's give it a shot. I thought the expansion had time of my life was for one. Nice. Yeah, the expansion. If you didn't vibe with the expansion's like story too well, I highly recommend like giving it a little bit and then literally going and playing it again. That really helped me out a whole bunch. So that was a pretty... You loved it? Felt a little short story-wise? Yeah. It really seems like they cut out some parts. Like they made an entire antagonist and then he kind of didn't matter. He's like the full motivator for what's happening and also doesn't matter at all. Thought that was a weird approach. Can get a really, really, really clean run. I just need to do it. Probably be confused about the D4 bad memes. Yeah. Like, this... The expansion got my girlfriend to finally play Diablo 4. She loved it. Just played through the expansion on a Spiritborn. Did it over, like, a couple weeks. Really enjoyed it. Wanted Meph as an end boss? You did fight Mephisto as an end boss. What happens if you find an altar here now that you have all the powers? You click it and nothing happens. But if the statement is instead, I wanted to finish Mephisto's story at the end of this expansion, sure. It adds a random level? Is that real? And have the fight be repeatable? Sure. That's just like not what Diablo 4 is doing. Like we're really not just doing like campaign boss farming. I'm not saying that you're wrong for wanting it, but that's just like very much not what the game is seeking to do. Oh, a dead end? How fucking lame is that? Tried class, I do love the vibe, but I felt pretty slow dead, ironically. Is there a more active build for leveling that keeps some of its minions? So I think all the Necromancer builds are fairly active. What Necromancer build did you play? And I'll let you know, you will always, like, this is the fastest the Necromancer can go. What you're currently looking at is max movement speed, multiple mobility options. And this is speed farming endgame pit tiers in like 2.5 minutes. Which is still slower than other classes, but this is the upper end of like what speed looks like, as silly as that is. The Necromancer is just a very, very slow class. By design. But there is a minion build. And that minion build will keep its minions. All other builds will sacrifice minions. There is no like, oh, I'm, you know, I do blood damage and I have minions. That's not really a thing in the game right now. They did that with Pinnacle. Yes, very specifically you can fight Pinnacle Lilith. And I think they need to add a Pinnacle boss every time. But you don't farm Lilith. You fight her one time per season to get a Resplendent Spark and the title and horse if you haven't gotten it already. But there's not like you don't repeat her and farm her. That's what I mean when I say they don't do that. It's weird to design a boss fight you do exactly once in an ARPG. I don't think that that's weird so much, right? Like, you don't go back and fight as Madan a whole bunch in Diablo 3. You know, go fight Belial a whole bunch. It's just, like, distinctly different than Diablo 2, I would say. Season 7 minion leveling in endgame from Nick 2. Well, I can't give you any insight into Nick 2's guides because those aren't max roll guides, so I don't know what experience you might be having. Minions is, on paper, a pretty laid-back build. Damn ads, rip. Think about adding additional mass to fight each to make the fight harder for a chance at Mythic, multiple GAs. They already did that, and then they took it away from it. What do I think about it? I think they need to bring it back. Ads are done. So I can't give you any insight into Nick 2, because that's not max roll, so I don't know what his build guides recommend. Minions on paper are a fairly laid-back experience, but they're actually the most like APM-heavy build the Necromancer has. Ironically enough, but every other build the Necromancer has sacrifices minions. There's not really like a hybrid where you and your minions both do damage, sadly. That's just kind of how the game is currently coded. But I would say I personally like leveling on Sever. A lot of people like leveling on Blood Surge. Leveling for the Necromancer is like one of its stronger sites. You just have to prioritize putting mobility on your gear so that you're not running around like a wet noodle. But the class doesn't have mobility. Like skills, you have to use rune words and aspects and different things to gain mobility. Think you can make a speed farming autobomber? I already did. It's in my Discord. I think it's called like Dad Corpse Explosion or something. Yeah, Sever's pretty cool. It feels very naturally powerful. It's not particularly mechanically heavy. It's just kind of like fluid. Makes a lot of sense. God damn it. I really wish these dungeons would stop doing this. Like, look at this dead end. You might be asking the question, Mac, why does it dead end at all? Isn't that stupid? It is. I think all these maps should be circles. I was looking for builds that use a scythe just for the vibe of it. Just use the scythe. Like, the difference between the different weapons is an additive damage stat. Nothing else is different about them. Well, technically speaking, there's attack speed, but you just use the scythe. You will learn later that, like, it is less efficient and it's less valuable to do it that way, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. It's a little bit of additive damage, which doesn't have a large impact on the game. Rapid Fire Rogue can do? I have no idea, because I've never played the Rogue, ever. I would recommend checking out our tier list and letting me know what tier it is in endgame pit, and I can tell you what tier it should be able to clear. I got Abracadabra stuck in your head? Get bent. But yeah. Despairing, did you post in the Maxroll Discord recently with questions about Necromancer? I'm trying to think. Somebody else was referring to a Nick 2 guide in there. Which, like, no hate to other sites, but we just really can't give insight into other sites' build guides. You're in the Sanctuary one? Gotcha. Somebody else was just like, how am I supposed to make this work? And I was like, that's not our build guide. I would recommend asking Nick 2, or following our build guides. Asking me how to snapshot, and I was like, snapshot on minions? There's no actual snapshotting on minions. Still full now 54? Nice. Yeah, I like to say I think that we've made a pretty good website. You know, all bias obviously on the table, but I like to think that we have a really, really good product. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Maybe I should play the rogue? Maybe. I'm not really interested in the rogue so much. What's your second most favorite class? Probably the Barbarian. I had a lot of fun with the Barbarian in a year ago. But I only play the Necromancer. I only have time to play one class. Have they fixed Mendeln yet? No, they have not. It'll be in the next patch, and we don't have a date for it yet, but probably this week. Would you recommend the teleport to reduce time in between mobs? Would it be faster? No, when you're pit pushing, you can't afford to use this. You should already be at 200% movement speed.
That's the spirit. Well, hello.
Not a bad pull.
Shame that. Well, hello.
In pit pushing, you sadly, all you can ever rely on is having max movement speed. You really can't do other stuff.
All finished, are you?
Like each 15% damage bonus is an entire pit tier.
Go one more.
You can't stick with one class? Yeah, I get that. Mine comes down to hyperfixation. So I just have to like keep doing the thing until I know everything about the thing, which typically takes an entire season, and then and the gauntlet was fun. What's the purveyor useful for? Purveyor of curiosities? So you go there when you have maximum obols, and you buy an entire inventory's worth of keys for silent chests, and then you open those up in the Witch Tide, and then you max out on obols again, and then you go back to her and you try to buy a weapon, and she never gives you anything good. The purveyor of curiosity sucks the moon out of the sky. Theoretically, you're supposed to be able to target farm items for a chance of getting legendaries, which is also a chance of getting aspects that you might need. So a very common aspect a lot of people need for this build is the fast blood aspect. It makes it so that whenever I pick up a blood orb, I reduce my cooldown on my ultimate. So people will gamble for rings, since rings can have aspects. It can have that aspect on them. But basically, gambling is absolute garbage right now. Mostly just a waste of your entire time. Dude, the dead ends are crazy. What do you target farm? What do you do to target legendary gear like those enemies with at least one passive and the right stats on them? There's no way to target them, so you can, again, you can gamble. You just generally like do efficient farming, like you do Witch Tides. And you can do tribute runs where you buy extra amulets or passive ranks. Those are the only ways, but it's really just completely random. But like, I guess Undercity tribute runs are as close as you can get to targeting. But it's just a random crapshoot. Able to auto salvage non-essential legendaries. I love that ability for endgame. Do I think they'll ever give us a loot filter? Probably not. Remember when the devs said they fixed all the dungeon dead ends? That was cool too. Yeah. That was pretty cool. Do new seasons start the same day as the season ends? They do. Yep. Very short window. Random question. Are elixirs bonuses multiple, for example, the elixir of precision is critical strike damage? That's such a great question. I don't remember. What is new tech? Well, for Blight, we're going to be using Helm of Lucian and Gravekeeper aspect. But right now, I'm just leveling up my glyphs. And for this one, I'm just trying to, like, master the speed farming setup on this one. I was doing like 2-minute, 30-second runs. But I've just been getting really, really bad maps. Like, these are all horrid maps for what we're trying to do, especially on controller. Ended up playing Spiritborn last season? I didn't, no. I have enough damage to do 120s. Why not do 120s? The only real benefit there would be slightly more completion experience. But, like, my build can do 150. I'm choosing to run a speed farming version of it. And this is not properly set up. I just kind of did it from memory real quick because my armory option got deleted. I'm going to cover this real quick. Probably one of the biggest things that gets into my way of actually being able to try out other builds and other characters and things in Diablo 4 whenever I'm playing through a season is the need to go and level up all the different glyphs and get gear and get Paragon for the other builds that I'm going to play. And what I realize is while I don't typically cover things like this, I've never really put out a video about how to speed farm a pit, and especially using some of the more powerful tools that we have at our disposal, especially this season. So I basically wanted to teach y'all how to like speed farm on a Bloodwave Necromancer, be able to run pit tier 100, 110, 120, depending on where your gear is, in under 3 minutes, and the kind of tech that goes into making that possible. Even for people playing on controller where a lot of these options aren't as strong, we're still able to do it. So let's go ahead and just hop into one of these 3-minute long pits that we just did, and let's talk about the various things at play here. Funnily enough, you would expect me to already have maxed out everything at this point in the season, but what I like to do is take each individual build apart bit by bit. What it basically means is that I end up not leveling up all my glyphs, not getting to Paragon 300, etc. And I realized that if I want to try out these other builds at the current power level that I need to show them off at, I should probably go do that. So I hop back onto my Bloodwave Necromancer, or at least my best approximation of it. My Bloodwave Armory save was one of the ones that got deleted when they fixed the armory and brought it back. So I basically just kind of put everything back together from memory, even though I could obviously go check out Lord Sara's build guide, and I'll go ahead and link that down below in case you haven't taken a look at it. But there's a lot of things that you can do on the Necromancer to mitigate just how slow and clunky it can feel trying to go fast on this character. And especially on a build like Bloodwave where you already have so much damage at your disposal, being able to speed farm even all the way up to pit tier 120 should be a fair breeze. Again, depending on where your gear currently is. Well, let's say you just want to be speed farming pit tier 100 or 110 to be able to finish all your glyph leveling. What are the tools that you need? Well, first off, we need to put some tech on this, and it's going to start off with a particular rune word. Putting Igni with Jaw is going to make it so that basically every single time that you cast your ultimate skill after picking up your blood orbs, you're going to be able to teleport. This will turn your evade into the sorceress's teleport. Now, if you're playing on mouse and keyboard, you can basically just click to the edge of the screen and immediately hop across a bunch of things. But even playing on controller, especially while using Subo, which will be one of our tips a little bit later on, you'll be able to see very clear hallways where you'll be able to teleport very efficiently. This is number one. Basically, every single time that you stop to kill a pack, you're going to cast Bloodwave. You'll get this fully filled up, and then you'll be able to teleport immediately. Bouncing between packs is so much faster than running that even while having 200% movement speed, this is going to severely increase your clear rate. Now, I touched on a couple of things right there, so I guess tip number 2 will actually just be making sure that you are at 200% movement speed. Getting a total of 100% bonus movement speed brings you all the way up to the physical cap. You can never run faster than this, but luckily, since we're using Air of Perdition, which naturally comes with movement speed on it, movement speed on your boots, as well as a movement speed temper, will typically get you there, as well as an additional free skill rank from Shroud of False Death. In our skill tree will get us another 5% movement speed, so don't forget about that. But even just reaching that cap is a huge time saver. Now, if having one teleport is good, it turns out having more than one teleport is probably better. This is where the aspect Inexorable Reapers comes in. Since we really don't care about any of the other skills on our skill bar other than Bloodwave and Corpse Tendrils, we get to use Sever as a free additional teleport. While this isn't great at closing small gaps on a controller, because it has a maximum set distance it typically travels, the moment that you have a target downrange, you can teleport all the way to it. The only issue with it is it's not quite a teleport, so you will be stopped by, like ledges and objects like that. So you want to use this when there is a clear hallway, and you want to use the Sorceress Teleport when you need to go up a level or up a case of stairs or something like that. The great thing about Inexorable Reaper is basically you get to use this whenever the teleport is on cooldown. And again, if you have a target down range, you can go really far with this ability. Tip 3 here is going to be use Subo. Now, a lot of people are already going to be using Subo because that's the recommended mercenary in the build guide. But one of the benefits of Subo is that you know where monsters are, and this lets you plan when you're going to either use your teleport from the Jaw rune or you're going to use the Reaper aspect. Because again, the moment that you can identify that you will have a target downrange, especially playing on controller, just moving your diagonal stick in that direction will make it so that you will auto-target them. So now that we have base mobility and we have our two different versions of teleport available to us, what else can we do on the build to further increase your clear speed? Well, this is going to come down a little bit to what kind of gear you have and what pit level you can run at your maximum, and how much damage you need to clear off other things. This is going to be based off of what you got, so you're going to want to feel it out. But one of the things that you can do, and a lot of people are not going to understand this right off the grip, is actually swap over one of your damage aspects. So in this case, I'm no longer using the damned aspect, and I'm instead using Rathma's Chosen. Rathma's Chosen says whenever a blood skill overpowers, I'm going to increase my attack speed. Now, I get a lot of questions about whether or not you care about attack speed on Bloodwave, and oddly enough, yes, of course you do. Why? Because attack speed makes your animation happen faster. It doesn't change how quickly the waves hit your target, but it affects how early into the animation the waves start in the first place. This also means that they will begin generating blood orbs faster. So the fact that they are on the ground faster and are able to reset your cooldown faster is just one of the benefits. Considering we're also using Sever as a teleport here, Sever has an animation tied to it. The faster that your animation goes off, the faster you are out of the animation to begin running again. There are micro benefits here where being able to drop a corpse tendrils immediately means that even if you missed with your blood wave, monsters will start getting pulled in. And the faster we can do all of that, the more time you're going to save. And if you're doing enough runs of this, it's going to add up. What a lot of people will tend to think is the more damage that I add on to my build, the faster I'll go. But especially when you're speed farming at lower pit tiers, you're already one-shotting every single monster on the screen. Doing another 50% damage isn't going to win you some medal, right? Killing them by 50% more damage is the exact same as killing them without that damage bonus. So being able to eke out these little frames here and there is going to add up to seconds, to minutes, to hours over the length of a season. Now, on top of this idea of basically being able to save frames, we need to get a little bit more nitty gritty and talk about animation canceling. Just as an idea, Blight is going to take this long for me to fire off my Blight, and I can start moving a certain number of frames after that, so a certain portion of a second later. You'll notice that I don't start moving immediately, even though I'm immediately clicking. But because of this, we can kind of interrupt animations as they're happening. So we'll use the example of evading and casting Blood Wave. So typically, if I were to wait for the entirety of the animation, I would evade, I would teleport, and then I would cast Blood Wave. And that doesn't seem like there's a big difference between those two realities. But what you can actually do is buffer your inputs. So tip number 4 or 5, I forget which one we're on, is learn how to buffer inputs. And luckily, you really don't have to do altogether that much. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit spacebar to teleport and already be clicking Blood Wave as it's going. So the moment that I land, Blood Wave is happening the fastest that it can possibly happen. What this also means is that since I already know my Blood Wave is going to be coming down, I can already begin running in the direction of my orbs to pick them up so that I can jump again and cast it again. That's the idea. You can do this both with Sever and Blood Wave, or Evade and Blood Wave. Another great thing that I'll do, we'll kind of put it inside of this tip, is I will immediately cast Corpse Tendrils if I see that every single monster wasn't necessarily within range of the Blood Wave. And what this will do is, so we are going to teleport Blood Wave, and I'll immediately cast Corpse Tendrils. All of this happening together will make it so that even if we missed, let's say we did this all a little bit too early, it will save us the time of the monsters walking towards us, and we can already begin picking up Blood Orbs and cast it again if we think that they won't die to the first set of the Blood Wave. Do I have a number 6? Number 6, and the final tip, one of them you can do proactively, the second one you kind of got to get a little bit lucky. But when I was saving up pairs of pants for my Bloodwave build, I wasn't just saving ones that had chance for Bloodwave to deal double damage, ultimately the most important affix on the piece of gear, but I was also saving pairs of pants that had cooldown reduction as a greater affix as well. Now obviously you would like to have a 4GA version of all of these pieces of gear, but again, remember, when we're speed farming, we don't need all of the damage. These things don't need to be perfect. So if you want to get kind of really sweaty, you can actually swap out your pants if you happen to have 2 different versions of them. If you have a cooldown reduction one and you have a chance to deal double damage one and you only need to use one for pit pushing, you can use the other one. So consider using the armory to save 2 different sets of these. And just to make it easier, you can make your pants where you actually just put your base gems as opposed to a rune word, so you never have to worry about swapping out those runes. The other one that you can choose to do more proactively is where you put your fast blood aspect. Ultimately, the biggest time waste that I found while doing my speedruns and just kind of getting an idea of how to make it as efficient as possible is when I managed to fail to pick up blood orbs. I didn't pick up enough to reset my cooldown, and that would ultimately be the biggest time save. Now, the other thing that you can actually choose to do something about is where you put your fast blood aspect. Now, this one seems pretty obvious on paper, but let's talk about a couple of the nuances here. Obviously, putting fast blood on your amulet will give it a 50% bonus to how much cooldown you get per blood orb. This means you have to pick up less orbs to continue going. But the great part about it is that it also increases the wiggle room for messing up. Where let's say you were me and maybe you didn't pick up enough blood orbs walking into a combat scenario, so you can't immediately cast it. The lower you can get the total cooldown, the better, obviously. But we do have some other things that we can do. We'll call this a sub tip, be able to mitigate this thing. Now, a lot of people know that on a pit pushing version of this build, we completely drop corpse tendrils because you really don't need it. You're not using it so much. We're going to be constantly pulling things in anyways, and you need more damage on your bar to be able to push as high as possible. But when you're speedrunning, Corpse Tendrils is fantastic because not only is it going to, like I said previously, give you a tool to be able to pull monsters in case you missed, it's also going to be able to proactively generate blood orbs. You just pop the 3 points in so it generates blood orbs when it hits a target, and just in case you happen to have missed the orbs from the last one or maybe you teleported away by accident, you can just immediately reap, generate a corpse, Corpse Tendrils, and now it's going to drop a bunch of orbs for you to pick up and keep going. And there you go. Those are my various tips to be able to increase the rate at which you're speed farming and to make this build even more fluid and faster, especially in content where, again, you don't need to be doing trillions of damage. That's legitimately only for the pit. I know big number go up is obviously good, but unlike other builds, we begin to trivialize a lot of the content outside of the pit very early on in your gear progression. You'll notice that like I don't have all of my, like glyphs that I've equipped at level 100, not even close. I'm only Paragon level 243. I haven't perfectly masterworked any of my gear, and we're able to go because the build is so strong. So don't get stuck in a hole where you keep thinking I need to keep getting more and more damage on this build, and then end up stuck in the witch tides and feeling clunky and like you're not really going as fast as other people. I promise you, if you put Jaw and you put Inexorable Reaper, you put Fast Blood back up on your amulet, you pick up attack speed from Rathmas, and you prioritize the things that I said in this video, you're going to drastically increase your performance on this build regardless of the content type. Hey, real quick, if you found this helpful before you leave, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. You don't want to miss out on any other great Diablo 4 and Necromancer tips. I also cover the vast majority of ARPGs now in the space. I'm really excited to get back to playing PoE too, so if you've been playing a lot of that, I'm really excited to hop back onto my Infernal list once this season in Diablo 4 has died down a little bit. Leave a like on the comment on the video as well if you had any ideas, questions, comments, concerns, new bugs that you've found, weird tech you've been trying out, different ways that you've optimized this build. Let me know. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you very much for watching this video. I hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Does this timing work on console controller? Is there a different timing there? I only play on controller, Kane, so it's the exact same. All right, that was good. I'm glad we got that video. Ancestral and mythic stat priorities on Blight are the same. Thank you. Good to know. I will fix that later. Bing bop boom 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 bop bam. Hold on real quick. Yo, what up, Meister? How you doing? You love the live YouTube videos? Diablo 2. Yeah, when I originally, so back when BT was still streaming, my boy BT, shouts to BT. You know, we were trying to figure out ways to like be able to not only stream, but also have the time to make YouTube content and all of that. And it was like, what if we just also recorded the videos live? And sometimes it leads to some confusion, and sometimes people don't, you know, they're like, oh, what's happening? But what I found was, especially when I was covering a thing in a video, people aren't here for the whole stream, and then they'll hop in and be like, oh, what's going on? And I'll tend to explain a thing a couple times. Right, that makes sense. But what's kind of cool is by doing the whole video live, one, people get to watch the video already, you know, in case they're like, oh, I like the behind the scenes sneak peek kind of deal. But on top of that, it gives people who have been watching and maybe aren't fully aware of what's going on or whatever, a whole breakdown of the thing that the stream was about in the first place. And I found that that also kind of really helped people, where it's like, oh, that's the thing you've been doing. I had questions, but I didn't even know what questions to ask. So it was cool that I got to see that, because now I understand it. I was like, oh, this does kind of just benefit everybody. Have you tried out, what is it, Abyssal Resonance on a Bleed Barb? Is that what you were doing? Because there will always be a best thing. You kind of just have to ignore that if you want to play other things. Like, I do not personally care if I'm doing, like, what the best thing is. I just do the things to see what they do. Not everybody has the liberty of, like, being able to play as long as I do, obviously. So that's, you know, definitely, like, coming from a privileged experience of it. But I find it just as interesting to try things that aren't the best thing as trying things that are just interesting to try. Yeah, I mean, we're doing, you know... (2:40) here for speed farming. Pretty good. Das is pretty good. Eliminator. Peekaboo. For quite a bit of time to grind. The bleed in general last season tipped out at 90, so it's better now. Got ready to play with 3GA and max on the 4th and bottom is max. Yeah, do it. Why not? Empowering Reaper aspects. You should use the Spirit Born rune that pulls them all together. It really speeds things up. What's good, Mac? How is the snow up in your neck of woods? It wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. I mean, like, it was a lot, but it wasn't so much that, like, anything really happened. What's max Paragon Glyph? Tier 100. You have to be in Torment 4. You can open up the pit from whatever level. The pits are automatically adjusted to what Torment level you would have to be on to open them. Should try the Spiritborn rune? I guess I could. I mean, why not, right? Billion? Oh, this build does trillions. I've removed 5 exits damage from it. Billions are crazy, but billions right now are kind of like the mainstay of like B and C tier builds. As crazy as that is to say. Yes, you get a spark from Lilith from killing her in Torment. You don't need to be Torment 4. Peekaboo. It's already 7:30, damn. You've just been making it harder for yourself? Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I just put them boogers in my chain. Peekaboo. Baby. Oh. You know, for Lord Zir. Simon's doing Lord Zir runs. Oh, apparently some people in D2 started to find some correlations for Arcane Sanctuary. It was very cool. I was watching Llama's coverage of it. If you remember playing Diablo 2, the Arcane Sanctuary was in Act 2. Scar, thank you very much for the follow. And basically, this only really matters for speedrunners. But people finally like went through and checked all the seeds and started getting map tile correlations between when you randomize it, what happens if you get a certain seed. And you can get some certain tells. But basically, it's like in a realistic way, other than like super hardcore speedrunners trying to remember it. It'll basically be the way that you exit the jail, that direction is slightly more likely to be the direction that the summoner will be. Disputing my heavily held belief that it is always top left. If I'm capped on movement speed, does Reaper's Pursuit procking added past the cap? It does not. No, there is a cap of 200% movement speed. It is a hard cap. Hey, Simon. Hey, Simon. I just read the last 4 letters of your name for the first time. That's mean. Not ready to live in a world where Summoner's in top left. Look, Summoner's top left. I don't care what all these namby-pamby ne'er-do-wells say. I just read that for the first time. I was like, GFYS number 1217. Oh, like go fuck yourself? Oh, that's okay, sure. I looked over and I went, hold on, how long has your name said go fuck yourself? Hold on. Wait a minute. What up, Nolan? Do you like that Severed Bloodwave combo? Thanks. Yeah, it's pretty nice for making speed farming faster. Grew up living through George Carlin. George Carlin was a good comedian. George Carlin was a good comedian. Don't care what anybody says. Yo, have a good night. Despair. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Goes to the dead end. There better be enough mobs in here. Oh, this one isn't the dead end tile. Ripper Dipper. What are we up to today? What up, Chad? We are finally leveling up all of our glyphs and stuff. And I'm testing out some optimizations on Blight. Suffer, thank you very much for the follow. We're going to be using Helm of Lucian on Blight nowadays. 9% damage increase over Air of Perdition. Do 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 do. Zoop, 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 zoop. I think you're overdue for an updated Exodia build. I have the build planner in my Discord for like the ultimate dad build. It's very Exodia. Lidless Wall and Black River and Deathless Visage and Bring a Sacrilegious Soul. I have a video that I want to put out for it, but I just haven't made it yet. I'm very demotivated to make videos, but I'm trying to remotivate for that. That'll eventually come out. Yeah. Oh. I might have to end it soon. I started streaming a little bit late. Time kind of got away from me. Wow.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Not a bad pull, that. Oh. Hello, shining. Well, shame that. All finished, are you? Yeah. Have a wee Not a bad pull. Hello.
Ancestral.
Well.
I thought those were only talked about in myth. Excuse me. Man, none of these ancestrals have been particularly good. So everything rolls with max life in it now all the time. Almost like different items should get different stats more often. Remember when we used to use focuses or foci on builds? That was a crazy time. That was one of the times of all time. Love to revisit the Arcane Sanctuary. Last time I was seriously looking at the Arcane Sanctuary is when I was testing fail spawn on different things. So you can make the portal in the Arcane Sanctuary fail to open when you are trying to enter the Canyon of the Magi by filling up all the available spots on the ground. Because it turns out that to summon a portal, it needs to occupy one of the spots. So you can just fill up the Arcane Sanctuary potions and then never open up the book and never spawn the portal. In D4, go to the Arcane Sanctuary. I mean, theoretically you can. There's no reason why it doesn't exist, right? It's just there. Yeah, there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to. Just have to get to the Canyon of the Magi. Oh, is the portal... Because in Diablo 3, you go to Lut Ghilain, right? Or Chaldeum in general. Is the portal in the palace cellar still there? I don't know. Because you go in the sewer in Act 2 in Diablo 3, right? You don't go into the basement of the palace. You go through the palace, though. All right, I'm apparently falling asleep. I'm gonna go ahead and call it now. We just started stream a little bit late. This is normally around when we would be quitting. So I think tomorrow I'm gonna finish leveling up these glyphs, go try out Blight, see how far it pushes, make a video covering the changes, update the build guide, and then I don't know what we'll do after that. I feel like we're like until we get mid-season patch or something like that. Or at least patch for minions, and then we'll test out minions, but I feel like we're getting close to the end of the season. So we might be swapping back over to PoE 2. Now that they have patches out to make the game not suck so fucking bad. Then we'll actually be able to like go do citadels and go fight the Arbiter. I'm gonna spend all my currency and actually try to like, well, all my currency on me. I'm solo self-found, so. I think we'll give it a shot. All right, y'all. I'm a tired little guy. I need to eat some din din. We're gonna go raid somebody. Who's streaming? Makuna Matata. Oh me. Yo, shoutouts to being the third highest streamer. This one's without a raid too. Damn, dude. Let's go. Y'all see this? Am I famous yet? Hey, can I be famous yet? I need to make famous people money. I want to buy a house. Can we be famous yet? This is pretty cool. Let's go hang out with Makuna. Go tell Makuna all the great things we learned from speed farming today. Makuna Metata. Back on Sork. Let's go. All right, y'all. Let's go hang out with Makuna. We'll give him some love. Alrighty, as always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun, krap, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. See you all again. We'll be finishing off Blight tomorrow, and then, I don't know after that. We'll see. Alright, cheers. We'll see you all again. Bye-bye.